Radix, I think you're muted.
Don't
Nope.
be.
I think your voice changer thing acted up. Nope. Check Discord. Or leave and just rejoin. Nope. I'll let you know when I hear you. Need to restart Discord too. It's like
Yeah, let me restart my computer and everything real quick so that I don't have any fucking hiccups while we're doing this.
Danger, when you do your little intro, will you just announce to the stream that as a reminder that we'll respond through typing, but we're not gonna talk to them during the thing?
Okay.
Did Wraith restart again?
All right, when in doubt, I'll use this headset.
It's working. That one works.
Yep.
You sound the same, but were you trying the voice changer?
No, I was using the Yeti, and I'm on this.
Oh, they both come through really clear. I don't know what happened. Did it just stop, or did you like turn on something and then it just crapped out?
I tilted it a tiny bit. The cable must be frayed on the inside. I literally tilted it a tiny bit, and it just stopped recognizing the device.
Hold on a second.
3. Who knows?
Um, so I have the intro video and I have a be right back screen. So you don't need music for the intro screen, but when we go on break, Danger, you can play that song. What I'll do is I'll mute it at first, but you go ahead and start playing it. I'll mute it on my end at first because I have the video, one of the other videos Radix made, and then as soon as that finishes, I can switch it over to the song.
Okie dokie.
It's not what I want to do. There we go.
Am I supposed to be watching this somewhere else?
What?
Huh? What, Kayla?
So,
Am I supposed to be watching this somewhere?
What do you mean?
Where, oh, I'm just hearing music. Am I supposed to be watching somewhere?
No, I turned off the music, but that's the in-game music. You're gonna hear this throughout the whole campaign, all different songs, sound effects, things going on, to help
Oh,
bring you guys more immersion.
gotcha.
You should be able to control the volume on your side, but I highly suggest you don't like mute it so that you can know what type of either suspense, exciting, fast pace. You'll know how to feel during what's going on. So I rolled my dice before just to see how this campaign was going to go, and it literally rolled a 20 and a 1.
sounds about right. It could
So I
go
have
either
no idea.
way.
Like I don't know. I don't know
Gotta
if I could
check the thing, right?
if I could show the dice, but
Try something.
yeah, it's literally a 20 and a 1.
You don't need to join.
Well, I want to see people, right?
Oh, then yeah, you would click that and join. Yeah, but don't use your audio.
What?
No video. How did you join last night?
I didn't join last night.
I don't know, unless it doesn't let you without a camera.
What are you talking about?
To join VDO, you can join without a camera.
He's trying to join it to.
Just to see everyone on screen.
Maybe you shouldn't have hit the block. Hit that. Hit that
Just
block
hit
thing.
allow, and then when it asks you for audio and video, just click none.
Yeah, it's the problem is he said, allow top. Now hit start. But you're going to be on my camera, so if you drag it over to the side like this, it actually stacks it. Why are we missing people on camera?
I don't see Wraith. It says not visible, unknown.
I don't see Wraith.
He's still
Danger.
he's still restarting.
Okay, Danger took his off. That's fine.
Where are you at? Where are you at?
3 minutes. Let me fill up my flask.
Hello? Ooh.
Ooh, there was an echo.
Hold on, let me
He has to
mute.
turn off his microphone in Discord. There you go.
Huh? What?
Better?
Yep. Just remember you're talking into this, so. Test. Oh, that works. Test. Test. All right. As soon as Wraith gets back, then I will switch over to the intro scene. Danger. What I might do is I'm gonna keep my OBS showing on Discord as long as it stays smooth. That way, if you're trying
You're
to
supposed
see
to
like
be muted in Discord because you're not coming through Swim.
The elixir of the gods.
You're
I
not
lost
supposed.
channel rights. I got server muted.
Oh wait. Oh, sorry.
Harry's server muted me. You're supposed to mute yourself, not me.
No, they're gonna hear me through that. To this call.
No, I got this hooked to Discord. Mute yourself on Discord. Say something.
Say something.
Y'all can hear him, right?
Yep, that works.
Yeah, we're good.
Because we're
All
gonna
right,
probably.
everybody, 1 minute. So, do you want to queue up the video and stuff?
Yeah, do
And
they have
let me know when we're live, when we're ready to go.
Chick-fil-A in the forest?
I don't know. You'll have to
I'm
find
gonna
out.
write that into my backstory.
Yeah, but it needs to be open on freaking Sundays, okay?
I'm addicted to chicken
Thank you.
nuggets. All right, I'm gonna start the intro then. But yeah, like I said, Danger, you can see my stream on Discord, so you know like when there's a delay when you are.
How what? I have so many windows open. I'm not looking at Discord.
Oh,
Right
you're
now.
good. You're good.
or ready.
Good.
My camera is not.
All right. Good evening, players, audience, friends. We want to welcome everyone to episode 1 of a brand new D&D campaign. I want everyone to sit back and relax as I bring you into the game. This game is titled The Prince of Pain and the Shadowing Worlds, set in a homebrew-style campaign using slightly modified version of 5e D&D rule set. This is Dungeons and Dragons. It's super nerdy and cringy, but we love it, and we hope you do too. My name is Tommy. I'm also known as Danger, and will be the Game Master, the Dungeon Master, the GM, the DM, whatever you prefer to call me. My role is to assist the party in telling the story, providing the world, background, its people, its creatures, and an overall guidance to the players as they adventure through this campaign. Just a quick heads up, I know Shaka and Tofu usually spend a lot of time during their stream interacting and talking with their viewers. However, during D&D, they will be fully involved in the story and the campaign. Most likely, they will only be able to respond to you by typing in the chat. I want to give a quick shout out to one of our players, Radix, who basically created a lot of our graphical backgrounds, videos, intros, did an awesome job. So thank you, Radix, for that. Along with our friend, we all know as Bubs, who gave some input in regards to some of the encounters, some of the balancing for the bosses, stuff that the team here is going to be facing throughout the campaign. This story is modeled off of an original homebrew campaign by Brad Wodo and John Sandman on Twitch, with elements and ideas borrowed from their campaign. Video games growing up, my own ideas, all mixed into one. And hopefully you all enjoy the story that I've crafted for you. With that being said, let's bring us in and introduce our world, or worlds. As you guys suspected, the game is designed around 2 different worlds. So let's bring us in. Two worlds, sewn together by a single divine crystal. One world, the human realm, a world where magic has not existed for a millennium. The other, a rich and powerful world, with mystery and adventure, where magic is commonly part of everyday life. These 6 beings embark on a tireless journey to save their world from a great evil. This story is known as The Prince of Pain and the Shadowing Worlds. So yes, there are 2 worlds in this campaign the players will be trekking through during their time playing. There is the human world of Terra. And you guys should all see a map now on your screen. Again, this is the human world. This is your typical medieval style, Game of Thrones style medieval worlds. Knights and swordplay, horseback riding, a lot of farms and villages. Everything that you see on the map represents something that's possibly found in those zones. For example, on the bottom left-hand side, where you see Kingdom of Killahem. Can you guys see my pinging right now? So
Yeah.
where I'm pinging is what's signified as a village. There are other types of icons on this map, such as a castle, a king's chair, a boat signifying for a seaport, some fishes on the map, which signifies some hunting grounds, a volcano, which obviously signifies a volcano. Some of these things, we'll talk about if you guys are traveling throughout the world of Terra and what they actually signify or where you are on the map. But just know that there are a lot of different key points in the world of Terra. The world of Terra is housed to only humans. Until recently, where some events have occurred, there has been some stranger creatures that are showing up in the world of Terra, but for the most part, all the race of Terra is humans. Also, there's no magic here, at least until recently. Our second world is the world of Niflheim, which you guys should also now see on your screen. This world, you won't see all these markers. Instead, there is way too much to actually explain and put it on a world map in regards to markers. So for the most part, you'll be relying on some of your party members' knowledge of what's in these particular lands. These lands are homes to races, everything except humans. So everything that you would think is in a D&D campaign is in this world, the world of Niflheim. Some of those races are halflings, dragonborn, tieflings, which are demonic-looking creatures with horns and either reddish or dark-colored skins. Dragonborn, which are more of like a dragon race, a race of two-legged creatures. Humanoid, but more features of dragons rather than human. Gnomes, which, just like the things that go out in your garden, are smaller creatures. Lizard folk, drow, halflings, which is your typical Frodo, dwarves, and elves, and many other races and creatures live in the worlds of Niflheim. Some that are known and some that are unknown to our adventurers here. Next, we're going to talk about the gods. So the gods in this particular campaign are the same for both worlds, both Terra and Niflheim. These are polytheistic worlds, meaning there's more than one god. There are some of the more common known gods, such as Asta, the god of light, day, or sun. We have Charlotte, which is the goddess of the night, moon, also the goddess of shadow and the ocean, like the ocean tide. Lifa, the goddess of earth, a patron of healing, growth, and crops. We have the god of luck, fortune, and might, called Gul'dan. And lastly, a figure that most people probably won't pray to, but know about, the god Cairo, the god of death, the gatekeeper of the immortal realm. A few lesser gods and prophets are also known throughout these worlds, such as Sphinx, Holdor, Yolthem, Kalos, Sinella, and many others. Some may play important roles, some may not. For example, Sinella is like the goddess of love and empathy, which may play a role at some point during the story or the campaign. A lot of single races, single males, females will probably pray to Sinella to bring them someone to spend their lives with. So just keep that in mind. There are a lot of different other gods besides the more well-known gods. Lastly, we're going to talk very quickly about angels. So books and myths about angels and conversely demons do exist. Stories tell of angels, but none have actually witnessed any or seen any in person. It's also very much a taboo for priests in both worlds to speak about angels or give any information about them, since such little is known. It's not like the gods, where the gods actually do show signs or interact with beings in these worlds through divine magics. Angels actually aren't interacting in the world at all, and no one really understands why, but there is talks about angels in some books and myths that are passed along in secret. Before we get started, does anyone have any questions in regards to any of the information that we've gone over so far?
No.
I'm good.
No, sir.
We're good.
I'm the name on
Alright.
the
Yeah, if there's anything
That's
of
it.
note that you guys wanna know before we get started, or as we're campaigning through, just give me a heads up and I'll send you something. In the meantime, I do have a couple of handouts to give you guys in game as we bring in our players. So give me a moment. I'm going to switch over to a couple different things here. So now that we have our setting and our world, let's introduce our cast of players. We have 6 adventurers who are about to take part in one of probably the most epic stories ever told. And we'll start with this. I'll give you guys a scenario. The sun finally begins to lose its light as the moon becomes the owner of the night sky. A breeze falls over each of you as we take you to each of these players' final night prior to the events that are about to unfold. The camera takes us to our players, these 6 adventurers, who are in their homes or at rest spaces late at night after their duties. Each of you will give a quick introduction as to what your character looks like, and what they might be doing the night before these events are about to unfold. You can include a very brief backstory if you like, such as what you were doing that day, but try not to share too much. Remember, this is a campaign. No one really knows who you are, and the information that you share with your party is what you want to share. You can include maybe where you lived, or if you had or have families with you at the time of the events unfolding, or what you were doing maybe even moments before you went to bed at night. What you divulge is up to you. But again, us as players and the people watching, our players don't actually know each other. Or maybe they do, but we'll find out. We're going to bring each person in, and you guys can give the backstory in regards to what I actually to prepare for our campaign today. And we'll start with Radix, who is playing Thorin, a elf cleric from the Isle of Nocturne. Take it away, Radix. What were you doing the night before of the events?
You know, I've been just wandering around Nocturne Song for I don't even remember how long now. I've been, haven't been home in quite some time, so just kind of wandering the wayside, going around town to town, seeing if there's any, if there's a disease. I try to, heal those that are sick. I try to bring up those that are wounded. There's been a lot of, turbulence in the area lately, so I just been trying to keep the peace, if you will.
Awesome. What do we see when we look at Thorin?
Well, when you look at Thurin, you're seeing a relatively, younger elf. He's around 142 years old. Clad in this elf, even though he is a cleric, he does have a sword, and he is trained in a little bit of martial combat as well as clerical duties. So he's carrying around his sword. That you'll learn more about that soon. But he's going around with that, and he's wearing a little bit of chainmail. It's elvish style armor. Again, with his age, only 142 years old, so he's relatively young. More human-ish appearance because of how tall he is for an elf. Almost at 6 feet tall, with silver hair.
Cool. And I gave everyone a handout of what Radix's character actually looks like, so you guys can see. Thank you, Radix. We're going to bring in our next player, Kayla, who is playing Minuet, an elf bard, also from the Isle of Nocturne. Minuet, what is Minuet doing at the time of these events unfolding?
hanging around playing my lute and flute. I've been held prisoner for so long, this is all I have to entertain myself.
Okay. A lot of mystery in regards to Minuet. How does Minuet look?
I'm a young elf. I've been held in the darkness for so long. I have not seen myself in a mirror.
Okay. Again, a lot of mystery around Minuet. Hopefully we'll get some more information as we progress through our campaign. Let's bring in our next player. Let's bring in Traherne, who is an elf druid from Sylvain Septorum. What do we see when we are looking at Traherne?
Yeah, so of course I am a elf. I am about 120 years old, stand about 5'11", and I have pretty pale skin with blonde hair and green eyes. Kind of reserved, not disrespectful, kind of polite, but still very reserved, not very social.
Okay. And what would you have been doing before the events of this campaign?
So I was making my way back into the forest after a day visiting a town for supplies, and I was hanging out in the top of the treetops, watching the stars, talking to my sister, and that was when I heard loud noises underneath. It was probably about 2 o'clock in the morning, and the creatures and the critters all around me were acting weird. They were fighting with each other, very non-typical behavior, and I was really confused. So I hung out there a little bit, finished my meditation, and then once it quieted down, I made myself out of the woods and crashed in the nearest town for the night.
So it seems like Traherne has been noticing some strange things happening, at least in the forests where he's currently at. You said you're currently in the northern part of Sylvain Septorum, or you're more closer to the free villages of Neve?
No, I no longer live in Sylvain. I live out in the Great Forest area.
Okay. Awesome. I will give you guys a handout of both the world maps just for your own sake. Again, this may not be information that your character may know, but at least while we're talking about our world maps, you'll be able to point to the world map and say, okay, this is what this person's talking about. So I'm going to share both the world of Terra as a handout and also the world of Niflheim as a handout. And Swim, just let me know if that popped up for you.
It does pop up.
But you wanna accept that you're gonna be the top right? Next to that next one.
This one?
Yeah, and the handout gonna be right there.
Okay, so I can just close them
Yeah,
out.
you can just close them out.
Yep, so now you can close them. Everyone should be able to see their handouts on the second option on the top right of Roll20 next to chat. You'll be able to reopen those handouts that have been shared to you all. Thank you for introducing your character, Traherne. And we'll continue on. We have a couple more players to go through here. Let's bring in Zeph, who's playing Kahir, a human barbarian from the Isles of Pertania. Take us away, Zeph. What does Zeph or Kahir look like?
So when you look upon Kahir, you see a broad man, approximately 32 years old. He's 6'4" and 230 pounds of lean muscle.
Big boy.
He has darkish brown hair and a very vibrant set of emerald eyes that pierce even the darkest of nights. He's a fisherman and hunter by trade, longing for the open waters and the smell of the sea. The night before the adventure begins, he was celebrating his brother's 25th birthday with a feast of food caught by he and him. And they were out hunting just days before. As the party came to a close that evening, he looked off from his hut towards the ocean, and he could hear very faintly the the sound of the waves crashing across the shore. He offers a small prayer to Charlotte, the goddess of the ocean and the night, and his ancestral animal spirits before he lays in his hut and falls asleep.
Awesome. Thanks, Kahir. And again, Kahir is from the Isles of Britannia, so if you do open up your world map of Terra, you'll notice Isles of Britannia is to the south on the westernmost continent. So thank you, Zeph or Kahir for introducing your character. We have 2 more characters to introduce, and then we'll jump right into our game. The next character we're going to introduce is Wraith playing Valenz, a human fighter from the Rose Garden Kingdom. I know that under Wraith's character may say something else other than human, but at the moment, this particular character is a human. Take us away, Wraith, as you introduce your character Valenz. What does Valenz look like?
So Valens is about, he's about 6 foot tall. He's fully clad in black armor. He's got a tattered, like a battle tattered cloak that he has wrapped all the way around his body. His most recent night spent was in a cave in the Death's Desert. That was the last place he took a rest. He's just kind of sitting in there after a war-torn battle, going over, a sheet of paper that he had gotten back from home.
Awesome. Give me a second. I'll give you guys a handout of what Valenz looks like. Valenz recently changed the way his character looks, so I want to re-upload it. So I know I'm giving you guys the right thing. Cool, there we go. Now I can show it to you guys. Can everyone see what Valenz looks like?
Yeah, it's up.
Yep, we see
Cool.
it.
It's Valens.
Valens! My bad.
You're good.
It's gonna take me some time to get used to everyone's names. So I may mistakenly call you by your actual handle instead of your character's name. Just
You're good.
forgive me for at least the first episode until I get acquainted with everyone. Appreciate it. Thanks, Wraith. And last but certainly not least, we have Tofu playing Morpheus, a human warlock from North Juno. Tofu, what do we see when we are looking at Morpheus?
So he's a 5'8" human, medium size, light blue eyes. His hair white and his skin is very ghastly. It's not so like pale, but like sickly pale. Look like about 18 years old. So yeah. And then the night before, so before that I was with Orpheus from North Juno. You look on the map, it's like a northeast area. And then I live in a very rich family. We have a mansion. But I was born one day, so I decided to go on a journey to Rose Garden Kingdom because there's supposed to be a tournament, the summer tournament. So at the border of the Dead Desert in the Rose Garden Kingdom, I was attacked by a big, like a hairy creature, and then I passed out. And then all I remember is I got attacked and I defend myself. So.
Okay, a little bit of mystery when it comes to your character as well, right, Orpheus? Possibly
yeah.
a little bit more to know there, but for now, this is what you have shared with the group.
Yes.
Again, no one from this group actually knows exactly where these players are from, what their characters were doing the night before. Again, this is just more to bring our players into the game, get everyone acquainted with each other. And again, what you share from now on, meaning starting from this particular moment, where we're going to bring our players in and actually start playing is what our players will know of each other. Okay, so again, no one actually knows each other. Well, maybe 2 people do, but we'll see how that plays out in a few moments here. Is everyone ready? We're going to begin our campaign. Our
Let's
backstory and everything's
go.
done, so we're going to start our main story. Is everyone excited? Ready to go?
Let's go.
Let's go.
All right.
Let's do this.
Wait, are
Let's
we
get
not
into
playing
it.
Monopoly? I thought we were playing
We're
Monopoly.
not playing Monopoly here, sir. Chapter 1, Color Isle. This is not paradise. Story begins. Thorin, you awake on an island which seems to be floating. You're unsure if you're still sleeping or if this is a dream. You feel the cold air hit your skin as you rise to your feet. You step out of some light that seems to stay in one place and looks like what is broken door frame. This is where the light is coming from. The light is warm and feels good while you're standing in it. I'm going to bring you into a map.
All right.
So this is what we would call kind of like a battle map. You do have the option to move your token around, but I'm going to ask you don't move your token too much. And I want to get everyone acquainted with being able to move around their tokens and do things. When it comes to, I'm going to move the cameraman over so you can see. When it comes to, maneuvering on a quote-unquote battle map. Swim, are you able to see for the stream?
Yeah, I'm a shitty cameraman, but I can make it happen.
Yeah, I'm going to move you down just so you're not in the frame for Thorin, but you should be able to still see where Thorin is.
Yeah, I get it. I got it.
Cool. So Thorin, you can step out of the light if you want to move maybe 5 or 10 feet forward, like maybe to about here. Cool. As you step out, Thorin, another figure appears behind you. You recognize her. Minuet, you now appear within the light. And I'm going to click and drag your character onto the map so you can see what we're seeing. Just bear with me a moment. I have a lot of different sheets here. Kayla, are you able to see your character on the map now?
Yeah.
So, Thorin, you turn to see another figure appear in the light before you. Minuet, you step out of the light and you see Thorin in front of you.
Very interesting, because I've been searching, I've been walking around searching for someone for a while. That's why I haven't been home in almost 100 years now.
Is
And
this
she looks
daylight?
Thorin,
very familiar.
you would very much know that this is your sister. Minuet, Thorin is actually covered up, so you probably don't know that this is your brother.
My eyes
And
are
Thorin,
still
remember,
just
your
a
sister
light.
was gone for quite some time. You're finally seeing her after maybe 100 or so years. How do you react?
No, I'm shocked. Out of all places, this would be where I'd find her, because I've been searching all throughout Nocturne's Isles, and everywhere I go, I find absolutely no trace of her. So to wake up, I feel like I'm still in a dream.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Minuet, you would also feel like you're in a dream. Again, remember, you basically, both of you went to bed at night and woke up here. So it's quite possible this may be a dream. But yeah, we'll see how that goes in a few minutes. But again, Thorin, Minuet, you guys are reunited. Thorin, do you tell Minuet that who you are, or do you keep that a secret and you just stay away from her?
I'd be hesitant right now. I'd be like just keeping an eye, just because of the circumstance of how we appeared here.
Okay. Minuet, do you say or do anything? Right now, you're not in chains. You're not held captive. You have a couple of items on you, such as, I think you said you have your lyre. You also have your practice rapier, your flute. Okay. So you have your flute, you have your practice rapier, you have a few items on you. You don't have any gold or money. but you do have some items on you, and you're free. You have no shackles on you. You're able to walk around freely. There's no one chasing after you. How are you feeling at the moment as Minuet?
I'm still adjusting to the light. I've been in darkness for so many years.
Okay. Both Doran and Minuet, roll me a perception check. So in order to roll a perception check, you're going to click on your character on the right-hand side. The second option, you'll see your character sheet. In your character sheet, you'll see under skills and proficiencies, you're going to see a list of things that you can do, like acrobatics, animal handling. There's going to be one that says perception. Both of you roll me a perception check. Wow, some really good rolls right off the bat. So Thorin rolled a 20 and Minuet rolled a 23. Both of you look up, and as you look up, you notice in the sky there's no clouds, there's no sun. There is somewhat of a sky around you, but it only is about the same height that you are on this island. As you look up, you actually see a black sky and just basically stars. It looks very strange. Doesn't seem real to you. However, on the same perception roll, you feel like this is real. You pinch yourself, it hurts. You feel the grass on the ground, it feels real. This doesn't feel like, when you're in your dream and you're not really taking notice to things. You can take notice to everything here. So for all intents and purposes, yeah, this may be a dream, but it's a really, really, really close thing to being actually not in a dream. It's hard to explain at the moment, but you feel like you're in a dream, but you know you're not. And Minuet, you can step out of the light if you'd like. I know it feels warm, and it feels like you're being hugged by sunlight right now. But go ahead and step out of the light. You can do so by ensuring that you have the select option checked off at the top left, where it looks like a cursor. If you hover over it and click on select move, and then you can grab your token and move it forward next to Thorin. Awesome. Our next player that rolls out of the light is Kahir. Kahir, same thing. You step out of the light. The last thing you remember is you laid down to go to bed at night. And you see these two individuals in front of you. Both of them have really pointy ears.
Kahir looks around, looks through the light, and he sees Thurin and Minuet there. Suddenly he's jarred, realizing that there are two unknown presences on him. I'm assuming I have my gear with me?
Yes, you have everything on you that is in your character sheet.
He would immediately grab his glaive and smash the hilt down, the bottom of it, into the ground in front of him. Where me be? Why you take me? Who are you?
It's apparent to you, Kahir, as well, that Thorin does have a sword at his side, or on his back. I don't know where you keep your sword, Thorin, but I'm assuming your sword at the moment is sheathed.
And when I see him smash into the ground, I would take my sword up also and kind of put in a defensive stance just to be ready because I see an unknown presence in front of me.
Okay. Minuet, do you react as well, or do you kind of just grab onto Thorin or stand next to Thorin?
I stepped behind Thorin.
Okay.
I'm peeking up over his shoulder.
Okay. At the moment, you both may feel some tension, but it doesn't seem like anyone is moving forward with attacking each other. Kahir, if you're feeling comfortable, you can move maybe to the left and keep that defensive stance as you feel compelled to move out of the light. As another figure appears from the light. And we're going to have, let's see, Orpheus appear from the light. Orpheus, you see 3 individuals in front of you. Again, you just basically fought some demon thing that was kind of hairy, kind of not, and you woke up in this place.
So
And you see you see to the right of you 2 kind of human looking things who have really pointed ears, and then a big dude to the left that they're looking like they're in a standoff at the moment, both kind of in a defensive stance. Kahir has his spear out, but he's not actually pointing it at Thorin. He has it downwards with the hilt at the bottom, and Thorin is standing there kind of with his sword maybe in a defensive stance, and Minuet grabbing onto the back of Thorin.
So when I pass out, I still have the dagger in my hand. So I'm assuming
You
I
have
wake up
all
with
of
the
your
dagger,
items
right?
on you
Okay.
as well, yes.
So when I get out the light, I was like see the 3 figure, right? And then I would jump back a little bit, right? And then I was go into my offended like position and like pull up my dagger, and I would ask like, where am I? Who are you guys?
Does anyone respond to Orpheus when he says that?
I was like, and then I'll continue our talk. I was like, okay, I guess you guys are mute.
With
What
his left
language is
hand,
Orpheus speaking? Is he speaking in common, or is he like is it something
Um,
that I would understand?
at this point, I'm speaking common. Yes.
I'd kind of be like passive, like still on defensive, being like I don't know who you are, but what is going on here? I'm kind of just looking around and seeing this strange presence. I still feel like I'm in a dream, even though I know that I'm probably not at this point. Um, and
Yeah, do
I'll
me a
just
favor, Orpheus, really
Mhm.
quick.
Mm-hmm.
Orpheus, roll me 1d20. I want to see how close to an elf you actually look. Because again, your features of your character kind of does resemble an elf, besides not having maybe super pointed ears. Let's
Yeah.
see what your roll was. You look a lot like an elf.
I mean, yeah, I
So,
do have pointed
Thorin
ear,
and
but not.
Minuet,
Yeah,
almost right
I
away, you think Orpheus is an elf.
like my ear would be like pointy, but not like as elongated as an elf. It's like a human but pointy.
Again, Thorin and Minuet, you probably think that Orpheus is an elf at this moment, as he steps out of the light and moves backwards and draws a dagger to possibly defend himself if someone does attack him.
Kahir's still visibly kind of confused as he tries to wrap his mind around the events that are unfolding in front of him. He takes a brief moment to kind of adjust his surroundings and look around and notice that he's not where he went to sleep, and notices the full display of what's going on. And he just kind of, with his left hand, points out towards Thur and he says, "You, with the pointy ears, the big ones. Where are we? Why you bring me here?"
I mean, Theron would kind of see the spear pointing at him, and kind of take a step back
No,
in
no, not the
case,
spear, just his left hand. The
or
spear
just
is
a
in
hand.
the glaive is in his right hand, still pointing down.
Right. I'd take a step back, and I'd be staring at him, kind of, you know, humans. It's something that this elf has not really had any real interactions with. He's still kind of trying to get a bearing on what this presence is in front of him, especially because of how big and burly he is. So I
Yeah,
kind of
I think Thorin, you would think that this guy, you don't know what a human is, so I think you would probably think this is a really, really, really ugly elf.
I'd look at him, and I would ask him, are you friend or foe? But I'm saying this in Elven speak.
Kahir, do you understand or speak Elvish?
I do not. So as he hears the language, and he would kind of get this puzzled look on his face and tilt his head to the side. And he'd be like, "You no speak me language? Do you understand me?"
I would say so office just look at them like you guys interacted, and then I was like I look at Kahir and I was like did you hear him? Did you understand him? Because I didn't understand a single word he was saying.
No, me not know.
Doesn't seem they understand you, Thorin. Thorin, roll me an insight check. These guys look like they're teaming up on you.
And at this point, I would look over at Minuet and kind of notion that we are probably in a spot that we need to take a further step back, just so that we can kind of be in a better spot to be defensive, just in case something else appears that we're unsure about.
Minuet, you also roll me an insight check. It was
that-
right near perception.
Oh.
Minuet, you actually understand what these two are talking about, and Kahir doesn't seem like he's actually being threatening. Orpheus is also kind of confused. At least that's how you think things are going down. Opposite to Thorin, who thinks that these guys are teaming up on them. So that's how you feel at the moment, as Thorin is pushing you backwards. It's up to you if you want to do or say anything to diffuse the situation.
So as Minuet shudders and steps back, she clutches Thurin and says to him in a low tone with a whisper, "Protect me, but they don't seem a threat."
Are
Don't
you
think that
speaking
they're
in
a threat. Are you
Yeah,
speaking in Elvish
what language
or-
are you speaking at the moment, Minuet? Because you do speak Elvish.
I'm speaking in Elvish, and I say to Thurin to still protect me, but I don't feel these two are a threat.
At this point, I would kind of look at her and just see, her general need for protection, but also like the comforting voice that I think that she's genuine in that she doesn't perceive them as a threat. And I look at them and I'd say in common, do you speak common? Do you know where we are?
It's at this moment that another figure appears out of the light. Valens, you should be able to see the situation at the moment. We have the big dude on the left here, who kind of looks like a big ass human dude. Probably could take on everyone here. You see Thorin and Minuet, kind of more of a slender figures, again with pointed ears. Directly behind you, as he hides around the corner, you see Orpheus, who just looks like a small human boy at the moment to you. It looks like there was a standoff, but it's kind of diffusing at the moment. You're not too sure what the situation is, as you just appeared out of the light. Again, you just went to bed, or you finished your duties for the day, and you're stepping out of the light here.
So
Same thing as before. Again, Valens, you feel like you were possibly dreaming, but you're not too sure. And go ahead, Orpheus. What were you saying?
So as I see he appear in the light, and then I just jump, I jump from here to here, and
Yeah,
then
I feel like probably you
yeah.
would have gotten startled by the shiny armor that he's currently wearing, that's reflecting some of this light off of him.
And then I drop my dagger.
Okay, so there's a dagger behind you, Valens, as well.
So
can you pronounce your character's name again? I'm sorry.
it's Valen.
Valens. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm aware of Orpheus, right? Who's behind me, theoretically.
Yeah, you don't even have to roll a check. You literally saw a dude, or I guess you could say he's about between 16 to 18, just based on his looks.
Okay.
Definitely a human that just ran behind the corner to hide. He wasn't quick enough to get out of your sight.
My character, my guy, I come into the fray, come into the situation very calmly and collected. I'm assessing the situation, and I look over at the larger, person close that looks more to my age, and I look at them and I go, "What is going on there?"
So is your head turned towards Radix or towards?
I'm sorry, to Kahir.
Okay.
Me not know, but he speak me language, so maybe he can tell us more. He was here when I got here. But who you? As he states this and sees Valen's more calm composure, and now Thurn speaking common to him, he's going to take his glaive and reattach it to the slot on his back, and kind of rest his hands on his hips, still keeping a kind of defensive position, but non-threatening.
Kahir, roll me a perception check. Valens, do you have an insignia or anything in regards to where you're from in the Rose Garden Kingdom? Or,
Yeah.
like the Ebon Knight patch or anything like that?
It's the symbol. It's just carved into our armor.
Okay. Let's see. 11. Kahir, you notice a patch on Valens's armor that seems to possibly be from one of the kingdoms where you're from. You can't see exactly which kingdom, but you notice a patch that looks familiar to you from home, or not from home, but from where you're what you're aware of in regards to the kingdoms.
Me not tell very clear, but you look like you from my area ish. Where are you from?
Hold on, I gotta pull up the map again. I forgot, to be honest.
Rose Garden Kingdom.
So I look at the gentleman. I would keep eyeing the situation, maintaining, my observation of everyone, including the one behind me. And I'm just, my name is Valens Caligus Dragoon. I'm from the Rose Garden Kingdom. I'm a knight of the Ebon Rose.
Kahir, you're very much aware of the Rose Garden Kingdom. You know that your tribe does make pilgrimages to the Rose Garden Kingdom almost yearly, sometimes twice a year, to pay homage to the gods. You know that they're a very holy kingdom, a very good kingdom, in a sense of they're not at war with anyone. They also don't have an actual king. They have more of a hierarchy of, you would say, like priests and more holier beings rather than an actual king or queen. So this is information that you're aware of.
Yes. Good night. Good night. Me family go there often. Me from Isle of Britannia. Make trip to other family in Fjorn and travel to your kingdom. Very, very pretty. Very pretty.
But Valens, you're aware of where Kahir is talking about, which is he's probably referring to the tribes of Britannia, who are more of a peaceful tribe rather than a warring tribe. There are other tribes to the north that are more warring, but it sounds like where Kahir is explaining to you where he's from is more of the peaceful tribes that usually stay out of everyone's business.
Okay.
So at that talking, and then you see Orpheus try to pick up the dagger right behind the rock, and then I sort of stick my head out, and then I signal to Valen, and then I said, "You from Rose Garden Kingdom?"
Without looking back over my shoulder, I simply respond, "Yes, I am from the Rose Garden Kingdom."
That's where I was going, and then I walk up here, wherever we are.
Thurin's hearing all this conversation and he's looking around and he looks at Minuet and I kind of signal to Minuet, do you know where they're talking about? And then he looks directly at Valens and said, You're saying the Rose Garden. Where in Niflheim is this?
One
If you're looking, it's not Niflheim at all.
What the hell, Niflheim?
Minguet, you have no idea what these guys are talking about as well.
I
Thorin
didn't
did
have-
refer to
perfect.
Niflheim, which you're familiar with Niflheim, but you're not familiar with any of the areas that here Valens Valens or Orpheus is speaking of.
Kind of a quick TLDR. I lost sound for a minute.
Also, real quick, Danger. I wanted to do a check.
Sure. Tell me what you wanna. Tell me what you were trying to do, and I'll tell you what to roll.
It's not even really a check. It's just something I get to do. I'm going to use my divine sense. To just assess.
Can you do me a favor and click on it in your character sheet? It should give everyone in the party exactly what it does, so I can read it out for everyone. I know what it does, but I want everyone to understand exactly what you're doing here. They might not actually know what's going on, but just for the game's sake and for everyone watching at home on Twitch.
Yeah, let me find it real quick.
I'll help you on your character sheet as well.
There it is. Found it.
Yeah, so if you click on it, perfect. So divine sense, the presence of strong evil registers on your senses like a noxious odor. A powerful good rings like heavenly music in your ears. As an action, you can open your awareness and detect such forces. Until the end of your next turn, you'll know the location of any celestial, fiend, undead within 60 feet of you that is not behind total cover. You know the type, celestial, fiend, or undead, of any being whose presence you sense, but not its identity. The vampire account, blah, 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 for instance. Let's see. Within the same radius, you also detect the presence of any place or object that has been consecrated or desecrated, as with the hollow spell. So I'm going to give you some information. I'll say it out loud, but usually in these circumstances, I would PM you. But just for the story's sake, this whole island rings out to you as powerful good. Celestial powerful good. The whole island. Every piece of it. Every grain of dirt on the ground. Every blade of grass. Everything here rings out to you as celestial. Celestial good. Orpheus. Let's see.
I think he can
Read
only
this
say
really
that
quick.
I'm
Until the end of your
human.
turn,
I think.
that is not behind total cover. So Orpheus is behind total cover at the moment.
That's why I said that. He said he moved out to grab his dagger.
Oh, did he? Orpheus, you went to go grab your dagger, right? As this went off.
The dagger dropped right where I'm at though. I dropped my dagger, right? So
Yep.
still behind the rock.
So Valens, you sense, you get a smell of blood coming from Orpheus. You instantly know that yes, this could be undead, but not totally undead.
Like
you're not too sure.
Almost.
Yeah, you're not too sure exactly. But it doesn't seem evil to you. It seems more of like it's a blood smell, but it's not like that potent blood that you taste where you could taste like the Swim, help me out, like the metal or the iron in the blood.
Wait.
That penny taste.
Right. You don't taste that, but you do smell like, fresh blood coming from him. But again, it's not so much so that he's an evil person. It's more of like he's different. Kahir, you don't sense anything evil. You actually sense good coming from Kahir. Kahir smells like the ocean to you. Thorin and Minuet both smell almost exactly the same. It's kind of strange. But again, both of them do smell. They smell like a sandy beach almost, where you get that smell of salt. But it's in the good sense, where like you're excited to go to the beach. And at the moment, you also get a very, 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 very strong presence to the crystals in the center of the map. You're
that
not
again
sure if
about the
it's good or
crystals?
evil. You have a very, very, very strong sense of celestial power in the crystals in the center of the map.
Just like a divine power, not necessarily good or
Straight
evil.
up divine, like this is almost pure divine.
Okay.
So as Valen stand there and I guess in his thought, and then I started asking it. I was like, you do you know if the summer festival tournament started yet?
No, it hasn't started yet. I thought I have to double check that with the GM.
No, it hadn't.
I know it's
You
coming
were,
up.
you were excited to see it yourself. So, during your travels, you were probably speaking to your soldiers
Comrade.
and stuff
Yeah.
about it. You know that it hasn't happened yet. It's more so right now in spring,
Okay.
rather than summer. So, yeah, Orpheus probably would have been traveling pretty far up north if he was going to Rose Garden Kingdom now, because again, tournament's probably not until like maybe a month or so.
Okay.
So he's probably making a long trek.
So I look over my shoulder. I kind of look over my shoulder. I reply, "Yes, the tournament's coming up, but it has not begun yet. I have full intentions on participating should I have the opportunity."
And then I would say, me too.
You?
What's wrong with me?
Aren't you afraid you might get squished, little one?
I don't think you should judge a person by the look of them.
Yes, that's true. I don't necessarily look at things simply by that. Something you should be aware of yourself.
And then I just like look a little bit sad.
Yep. At this time, by the way, Valens, you're starting to feel really hot by standing in this light for so long with all this armor. Again, it was a very warm, like almost like a hug of sunshine. But with all this armor on and with everything reflecting, it's probably impeding some of your vision at this moment. You probably would want to step out.
Okay. So I'm gonna take a couple steps back and I'm gonna lead. I'm going to go over here and I'm gonna lean up against this archway.
And with that, as soon as you step out of the light, our last party member arrives. Again, Traherne, just like everyone else, you appear in this light. It feels like a really warm hug as you're coming awake. Probably just noticing what's around you for the first time. Again, you feel like you're just coming out of a dream or something. You see all these people around you, almost surrounding you at this point. You notice a big dude to your left. Two, I guess you can identify them possibly being high elves. They're a lot paler than you. To your right, behind you, two more figures. One really armored and one looking very young. Again, possibly an elf. At a 19 out of 20% chance of being an elf, or a 19 out of 20 roll of being an elf. In your mind, he pretty much is probably an elf. You can't tell which kind though, because he looks kind of strange. Although you're pretty sure he's an elf.
Okay, so the light's really bright, so I have my eyes blinded, got my hands up, and as it starts to fade away, I'm kind of wiping my eyes, my vision's starting to come back, and I'm just kind of like shocked, but also just kind of calm at the same time, and just kind of like looking around, really confused, but then partially annoyed and just like inconvenienced that all this is happening. And I just start taking kind of like a left to right survey of everyone that's there. And I just don't find them interesting at all. So I kind of just start mumbling to myself in Elvish. And then I look behind me and I
What
see...
do you say to yourself in Elvish? Because some of the party members may actually understand you. And actually, how loud are you speaking when you're mumbling to yourself?
How loud am I speaking? Like a heavy whisper, right? So not very loud. So maybe only a couple feet away. So maybe on this board, the people who are right behind me, I'm assuming they're the closest. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, so let's do this. Thorin and Minuet, roll me perception checks to see if you can hear what Trahern's saying under his breath. Minuet, you don't hear anything. Thorin, you make out a couple of words. Out of 3 words, what do you think you would be saying, Trahern? 3 total words that Thorin heard.
What the? And then there's like a space, and then you hear, ridiculous. That's it.
So as he like as Trahan like stare or look around and stare at me for a second, and then I startle again and I drop my dagger.
I kind of I see this happen, and I kind of like chuckle to myself, but in kind of a rude, selfish way. And I start to make my way over to the right, kind of away from everyone, because I realize that I don't want to be in the center of all these unknown people, but I also have no interest in talking to them. But as I walk away, I see this tiny little elf behind a taller elf, and it seems to me to be like a younger female. And my eyes light up. I get really excited, and I shout out, "Treya!" And I literally just start like dashing towards her, towards the 2 elves standing there.
Minuet, you have a kind of a rude wood elf running towards you at the moment.
I grab onto Thurin and hide behind him, and I look
yeah,
at the
Thorin,
oncoming
At
thing,
that
and
point,
I
Thorin, this is definitely not Treya. You know this person to be Minuet, your sister.
At that point, Thurin would draw his sword and kind of point it pretty, provokingly towards Charn, saying, "I don't know who you're talking about, but this is not who you're searching for."
I stop in my tracks because I see his sword, and in Elvish, I'm just like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then as I'm like stopping and pausing, I'm kind of looking around, and I can see the elf kind of peer out from behind him again, and I get a better look at the face and the hair color, and then I realize it's not Treya, and I'm just like, and I just kind of roll my eyes. I'm just like, and then I just walk away like to the right. I keep walking over the other direction, and I go sit on a rock and just try to recover my energy from the trip here.
Can move your
As
token.
you're sitting on the rock, Trahern, give me a perception check as you look around the surroundings.
In your character.
Yeah, I got it. Which one did I click?
Danger, can my character move? Oh, okay, never mind. I know, never mind.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you everyone some information as the conversations kind of stop and everyone kind of settles in on where they are right now. Okay, so Trahern, just like the others on your perception check, you do look up and notice that the sky is different. Very dark above. Where you're at, though, there is somewhat of like a sky. But when you look up, you don't see a sun, you don't see clouds, you see literally almost like a space-like existence. It's very strange to you. Also, you're very much in touch with nature. On this island, it doesn't actually feel like the plants are alive. It's more of like, it's magics that you're not familiar with at all. Usually when you're in a forest or in a place where there's trees and leaves and grass, like little things will talk to you and like tell you what's going on around in the area based on your ability as a druid. But this place doesn't speak to you at all. Just a quick heads up, Zeph's power went out, so Kahir will be NPC'd by me for a little bit until he comes back.
Okay. So,
all right. Yeah, go ahead. If there's anything further, let me know. Otherwise, I'm gonna give some information to everyone that they can start moving around their character tokens, speak if they want, investigate the island that you guys are on. But go ahead, before everyone starts moving, what were you gonna say?
So, do I see anything nature-wise that does resonate with me from home?
Not one bit.
Okay.
This place is totally strange. You've out of the three from Niflheim, you probably were one of the more traveled. So you've come to know all the different types of lands that are in Niflheim. You've spoken to a lot of different animals and seen a lot of different places. You've never seen or felt a presence like this before, where it's almost like you're not hearing anything at all from the plant life here.
Okay. So I just put my head down and I'm kind of keeping an eye on everybody, but I'm just kind of sitting there solitary and just trying to get a feel for where I'm at and get my bearings.
Okay. You guys can continue conversations and stuff, or begin to investigate the island, if you would.
So so they were talking, so I just sort of like walk out because I couldn't understand them, so I just walk this way, past here. I saw that I looked up at him, and then I saw that walk faster because he looked intimidating. So I would go over here,
Yeah,
and
that's where
then
Kahir,
heading to.
Kahir definitely looks at you as you walk past, but doesn't actually say anything. He doesn't actually look like he's being hostile towards you as well. I think he kind of realizes that you are probably from where he is as well, with what you were saying to Valence or Balance before. You both are
so
heading towards the crystal.
Uh-huh.
yeah, and then I wanna put my hand on that
Ah!
crystal.
That's what I was doing too.
Okay.
'Cause
I'll tell you guys in a moment what happens. I want to see if Zep comes back before we dive in further into the story. So, do we want to take an early break now and come back in maybe 10 minutes?
Yeah, I mean that works. I can switch it over to the screen. We'll be
Don't
back
switch
in
it
two
over yet.
minutes.
I'm going to give you guys some information before we go to break. As both Orpheus and Valence take a hand and begin to try and place it on the crystal, as it's standing now, separates. And you see two pieces now of this particular crystal that was in the center. You guys didn't see it before, but it was actually two crystals from the beginning. It's just that now you notice up close that there are actually two pieces to this crystal.
Okay.
And each of you are touching one different piece. So, for example, Valence, you're touching the blue piece as depicted, and Orpheus, you're touching the purple piece as depicted. And this is a good time to go to break, and we'll see if we can get Zeph back in. So everyone, go grab a drink, use the restroom. I'll see you guys all at 8:25.
All right.
Oh,
All right,
ski
welcome
darts
back,
anymore.
everybody.
I'd like to do a check. I want to do an investigation check.
On the crystals,
Yeah.
you can roll investigation. Go ahead.
I think your mind a little bit low for me, right?
So as soon as both Orpheus and Valis touches the crystals, they feel kind of similar to where you guys were in the light, where they feel warm. You feel like a sense of kingship with it, almost like you want to protect these things, but you don't actually understand why.
Can I
However, as
do
soon as
a
you both touch, go ahead.
go ahead. Can I do Arcana
No.
check then? Oh.
You can go for it. Roll me Arcana. Again, this is as soon as you guys are touching these crystals, all this stuff is happening. 16. So again, just like I was saying before with Rate's character, where he did his divine sense. Same thing for you, Orpheus. You feel very strong magics coming from both the crystal and from this place. These magics are not familiar to you, though. You don't know like what school of magic it is or anything in that regard, but you feel very strong magic just in general in this place, especially from these crystals. That's all I can give you, because again, you're not too familiar with the magics of the world. You've only just started to become in tune with magic, just based on your recent encounter.
So, when can I use my skills?
Now,
Like,
if you want.
Depends on what you want to do.
so I want to play my flute, and I want to inspire Thurin with my bardic inspiration for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah. So let's see. I'm gonna click on your character, take a look. I'm pretty sure you can actually just click on Bardic Inspiration and it'll give a chat bubble in the chat. So if you click on it, there's a little bubble to the right that turns red. Yep, perfect. So Bardic Inspiration. So Minuet starts playing her flute, and she aims this at Thorin. So Thorin, within the next 10 minutes, you can roll an additional die and add the number roll to one ability check. And I think it's a D4.
I thought 1d6.
I believe it's a D6.
D6?
D6.
Okay, so it's a
And
D6,
then
and you can add that onto your ability check.
and
You
I
have this
think
for about 10 minutes.
Radek can pick whenever he wanna do the roll too.
Correct. It's before I say success or fail, though.
Yeah.
All right, so just take note of that, Thorin. You have Bardic Inspiration from Minuet as she's playing her flute. As Valens and Orpheus, you touch the crystals. And give me a second, let me scroll down my notes here to see what happens. All right. Everyone roll me wisdom saving throws as you guys are touching these crystals.
Wisdom?
Everyone or just the ones touching it?
Everybody. You say wisdom?
Everyone roll me wisdom saving throws. To the left of Orpheus, you guys see another column of light, which I don't think anyone actually went over to investigate. But as you guys touch these crystals, this light explodes.
1 second. I'm trying to find that part. How do I get there again?
It's in your core. Go to core and then wisdom.
Yeah, so everyone go to your character sheets.
I found it.
And under saving throws, you're going to see wisdom. Click on wisdom saving throw. So it'll come through as wisdom save. So Traherne, you had a 12. Orpheus, you have a 2. Thorin, you clicked on wisdom. You need wisdom save under saving throws. You have a 9. I'll roll Kahir's for him. And Minuet, you need to click on wisdom save under saving throws.
I don't see that.
So under your character sheet to the left, you see where it says strength, dexterity, constitution, all those big numbers there?
Yeah.
To the right of it, you see smaller ones that say Strength, Dexterity, Constitution
Yeah.
under saving throws. So you're going to click
Yeah.
on Wisdom. Okay.
Wow, I rolled really bad.
So I rolled for Kahir. Minuet rolled an 18. So Minuet, you are not pushed back. You are directly where you are. Thorin rolled a 9. So Thorin, you are pushed back 10 feet. So I'm going to move your character for you. Kahir rolled a 16, so he doesn't move. Traherne rolled a 12. You just made it. You are not pushed back, otherwise you would have been pushed off the island.
And I'm just flying.
Valens and Orpheus, you both failed. So Orpheus,
no.
although you touch the crystal, you don't actually grab it. You are flung back 10 feet. And Valens, same thing. You touch the crystal, but you are flung back 10 feet.
Whee!
And as the light dissipates, I'm going to remove this. And let's go into this layer. You all see appear before you a very large creature. And do you all see this nameplate underneath him?
I do.
I don't see the creature yet.
I
We
can't see
have-
the creature.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
we
it's
have
in their
the
vision.
light radius.
Oh, okay. I will move him forward, but in all intents and purposes, he is where you guys saw the common light on the left.
Well, so in this situation,
Actually,
I
I'll
do have
make this
my
easy. Hold
dark
Hold on.
vision, right?
on. You do, but it's already turned on.
Okay.
This being actually radiates some light, so let me turn on a light for him. Can you guys all see him now?
Mine's still blacked out.
Yeah.
Mine is
Oh,
still blacked out.
hold on, I did something different. My bad. Hold on. There we go. Now do you all see him?
Yeah,
I
that
see.
worked.
Yeah.
Alright, so this being emerges from this light. He himself is also emulating or emitting some light. And let me go into my notes so I can read off what this figure looks like. A figure appears from within the light. This figure looks to be possibly a giant of sorts, unrecognizable to the adventurers. He's about 10 to maybe 15 feet tall, possibly if he were standing. However, he is sat with an arm across a very obvious wound on his stomach, a large and purplish and blue-colored deep cut to the stomach. He seems to be bleeding some type of like sparkly glitter, like a substance like that. Probably his version of blood, you'd imagine. And he speaks up to the party and says, I am called Gothor, sent here by the gods long, long ago to watch over this divine place, Kolor Isle. I am the current keeper of Everflow's balance. I have drawn you all here to this place for a purpose. A mysterious humanoid figure with immense power has invaded this sanctuary in search for an item I was guarding and watching over. The item, a magical and divine item known as Everflow's Balance, the large crystal you two have touched. Also known as the Crystal of the Shadowing Worlds, this crystal holds both worlds of Niflheim and Terra in balance with each other. You all know where the crystal is. You actually both just touched the crystal, and as you can tell, it's in two halves. Gothar also explains to the party an event that has happened before you all arrived. He tries to sit up a little bit, but in doing so, it seems like he's in a lot of pain. The wound on his stomach begins to bleed much more profusely as more colors come out of his stomach. He tries to relax back down, understanding that he can't actually stand up or sit up at the moment. He points to a couple of you. He points to Orpheus, Valens, and Kahir, and he says, "You there? You are from Terra, are you not?"
Yes.
Yes.
We st-
Yes, me is.
Yeah. Okay. And he points to the rest of the party: Minuet, Thorin, and Traherne on the south east corner. He points at you all and says, "And you are from Niflheim."
I kind of just give him a nod.
By the way,
So do we know
Traherne,
where? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
this guy looks like a fucking druid. I'm actually going to give you guys a handout of what this guy looks like. He looks like probably the coolest druid you've ever seen.
Do we know where? Do we know Niflheim exists or no?
That's not
So-
speaking my.
Like, do I know?
So remember, he just asked you if you're from Terra, and then asked these other individuals if they're from Niflheim. It seems to you like I guess you would understand that these are possibly two different places.
Okay.
And with your conversations with Valens and Kahir, you know that these three people, you yourself included, are probably from the same place, and Thorin, Minuet, and Orpheus are probably from the same place as well, but two different places. I think you could probably understand that at the moment. As you're speaking, though, back to Gothor.
Yeah, you said you had
Orpheus?
a picture.
Are you showing your teeth or you're hiding them?
I wasn't trying
Do you
to
have
show.
teeth in right now? Can you like
Yeah.
Okay. Are you showing your teeth to him or you're hiding them?
No, I just speak naturally. Like I don't try to hide or anything.
Okay. I'm going to show you guys a handout of what Gothor looks like. And again, you guys can react however you want. He's kind of courteously or speaking softly to you guys. Definitely not hostile. He looks wounded severely. He can't necessarily move at the moment, and he's speaking to you about this crystal, giving you guys some information.
Ern at this point is kind of I'm looking around and I'm seeing this giant being in front of me, and I'm seeing the purplish blood that's profusely coming out of him. I'm kind of like looking head to toe on him, trying to see if he really is friend or foe. Like I also want to roll a check just to see it, like what my intuition is, if how friendly he is, or if he's just like speaking as if he's friendly. Because he's saying, we're from Niflheim and they're from this strange land I've never seen before or heard before. I'm just trying to put everything together.
He also told you that he drew you all here. Valens, how long does your divine sense last? Valens, sorry. You're muted, right?
Checking that right now. Let's say in the thing.
I think it's
It'll
a
say
one.
if it lasts 10 minutes or if it's instantaneous and just goes off once.
No, equal to 1 plus. Oh wait, no. I think it's
I'll
just
tell you in a second. Let me look at it.
Yeah, it doesn't give a duration.
I think just one time thing, and then he could use it again.
Kind of like I think a pulse kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Until the end of your next turn, so 6 seconds.
Yeah.
When we get into combat, you'll understand turns last about 6 seconds. So it only lasts about 6 seconds. Did you do what kind of check? Hold on, sorry. Thorin, what kind of check are you doing? Are you looking at his figure, or you're more trying to get some insight into what this guy's saying?
I'm more trying to get insight into what he's saying. If he's like friendly, if he's speaking, truthful to us.
Yep.
That he
Roll
drew
me
us
an
in. If
insight
it's
check.
like a what check?
Insight.
Insight.
The DC's kind of low on this one, so you definitely, you're not too sure exactly what he's saying. He's kind of speaking weird. You definitely understand that he's identified that some of you are from Niflheim, but again, you don't know where Terra's from. You see these other strange guys here, but you don't necessarily think that this guy's lying to you. He seems like he's telling the truth in regards to drawing you here, speaking about these crystals. I mean, How you want to take that, it's up to you. But at the moment, you don't think he's lying. He seems to be telling the truth. Wraith, you were saying
So
something?
Nope,
so
yeah.
so I look over again, and I actually lift my head up this time because before I just kind of nodded, wasn't really paying much attention. But I
Yeah.
was listening.
Again,
And
yep,
go ahead.
for the first time here, by the way, you finally get something like pinging in your mind of like nature. This
Right.
guy seems to be very, very much in touch with nature.
Right.
But go ahead, finish your thought.
I get up off the rock and I decide to walk a little bit closer, mostly just because I'm intrigued at the mysteriousness of everything going on. And as I get closer to him, I can see like the druid outfit. From the picture, I see that there's like longer ears, so I choose to speak in Elvish, and I ask them, "How injured are you, brother?"
He again he tried to shift before, and he does the same thing again, and continues to bleed out from his stomach. Gives a little grunt, and looks up to you with pretty stern eyes, but kind eyes. He says back to you in Celestial, and says, "Ushgash Gurnana."
I'm assuming
Does anyone
Celestial is
speak
not a language.
Celestial?
So what does he actually say?
Yes.
You
Kahir
don't
does
know.
speak
Only
Celestial.
people who speak Celestial know what he says. So I know Kahir speaks Celestial, and Thurin, you speak
Alright.
Celestial.
Yes.
Yeah, I think
All right,
Kahir
so
was going to say
because
something.
so many, because so many people speak Celestial, I know Kahir definitely speaks Celestial. Is that what you were saying, Zeph?
Yeah, I say that. Yeah.
Yes, Kahir does.
Okay. So Thorin, Kahir, the lens, you speak Celestial.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, so I'm just gonna tell everyone, but Orpheus, Minuet, you and Traherne, you don't know what he says to you. He says what I said before, which is a language you don't understand.
Okay.
For those of you that do understand Celestial, what was your question, Swim?
How injured are you, brother?
He, again, for those that understand Celestial, he says, "Oh, kind-hearted creature, worry not about me."
So I kind of look around. I'm just like, and I said, "Does anybody know what he said?" Do I get a response?
Hearing Gothor,
Kahir will look towards you and he'll say, "Don't worry about him. He okay."
And then I look over to Kahir and I was like, you understand what that guy's saying?
Oh yeah, me know. He speak that of ancient beings. We talk good.
So
At the-
I go ahead. Go ahead. I was just gonna say, clearly he understood that I speak Elvish, right? Because I spoke to him in Elvish, and he replied in his own language. And I just I say, "Let me offer my hands to heal you." And then he replies
Are
in
you
his
approaching
language. Yes, like I'm still at a few foot distance. So I'm being respectful of the distance.
You can move your token closer.
Oh yeah, I forgot to do. Sorry, I'm managing multiple screens.
It's okay.
So I'm like over in this vicinity.
As you approach, he doesn't do anything. He doesn't react. He actually lowers his head a little bit, and
Okay.
he's gripping one arm across his stomach. His other arm, as you approach, he holds out and just grabs you on the shoulder and speaks to you in Elvish and says, "It's okay, my child. I have some important things to tell you all." And kind of nudges you back a little bit, but not in a forceful way, just like, take a seat kind of thing.
Okay.
I don't have much time, basically, he's saying to you.
Okay. So I walk back a few more feet, and then
But he definitely seems like he's happy that he's chosen you
yes,
to come here. Like he's giving you a slight smile.
yeah. So then I just reply as I take a couple steps back, and I say, um, well, with this time you have, what have you come to share with us?
He again speaks to everyone in common, and he says, "Again, I have called you here for a very, very specific purpose. The crystal you see before you is broken. Because the crystal is broken, both worlds are in grave and immense danger. The crystal must be repaired, otherwise, both worlds, Niflheim, Terra, will fall into everlasting darkness and eventually collide with each other, destroying both worlds. The flow of the Evan flow will forever cease to run its course without the crystal intact. You all must take these crystals, find a way to mend them. Go seek the Elder Gnomes in the world of Niflheim to gain the knowledge needed to bring back the crystal to its original form. I fear something has happened to the gods, as I am unable to convene with them." He pauses again for if anyone has any questions.
What do we need to do to fix it?
He looks directly at you and says in Celestial, "I do not have that knowledge. I am just a keeper."
So without realizing it, I start speaking the same. So what do, if you don't know how to fix it, who do we seek out to fix it?
He nods to you and says, again in Celestial, um, "The eldest of the race in Niflheim, known as the sorry, not the dwarves, the gnomes. The eldest of the race of the gnomes. The elders, they call themselves. You should seek their knowledge." Say that
Is
again?
Where can we find these elders?
You have 3 party members here from the world of Niflheim. They should aid you in finding these beings.
So I just started looking around, and I was like, sort of like, because I never get out of the house before, so I'm really excited to like go places, right? And then I was like, including me, I get to go to that whatever place. Let's go.
So
He looks to you. God.
I was just gonna say, I wanted to do a perception. So I know that everything is kind of nature-wise is foreign to me. But do I have any senses of like other force, like strong pulls of forces, in like generally in the area of something that we might want to check out on this island before we find a way to depart it?
You don't, however, Valus, sorry,
Balance.
um, your divine sense comes back to you again. And it's not that you didn't recognize this before, but it was almost as if there was a barrier blocking your ability to notice something, which has now been removed. So it's almost like a ricochet that finally comes back to you now that the barrier's down.
Mm-hmm.
You get a very strong sense of evil coming from the north part of this island. Just
Okay.
at this moment.
My
And
character's
it smells obnoxious. Like, have you ever smelled like a dead fish that's been out for a very long time? It smells like that.
I've smelled far worse, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So my character's my character's reaction is I reach behind, I grab my spear off my back, and I turn to face that direction. With it down into a combat ready position.
Okay. Gothor holds out a hand again towards you. And Gothor, for some reason, understands that, or possibly can tell something about you, Lens, that you might not even know about. He actually casts light in his hand, which you probably recognize because you're able to do the same thing. You've come to know this power yourself recently, almost as like an indicator to tell you that it's okay for at the moment. Nothing is coming, but yes, there is danger above. He wants to call your attention back to him rather than your attention to the north of the island. Just at
Okay.
least at the moment.
I keep my spear in my hand, or my lance in my hand, but I'd return my attention to Gother.
Okay. He speaks up again. Was there anyone else that wanted to say something before he continues?
Thurin looks right at Gother and is saying, "That looks like a mortal wound, doesn't it?"
Yes, my child, he says to you. I do not have much time to explain some occurrences that have happened. I will try and give you as much information as I can before I part.
Thurin slowly starts approaching Gothor in efforts to be able to heal him out of just instinct.
Okay. As your spell begins to wind up, I'm assuming you're going to either do cure wounds or what is it? Word, healing word.
I was actually going to spare the dying.
Okay, you can do that. You can try it. As you cast Spare the Dying, he looks at you and says, "My child, I am not dead yet." Do you say anything to him as he says that?
Yeah, I look right at him and I'm looking at him and saying, "Is there anything that we can do in order to heal your wounds?"
He shakes his head. It is my time. He then pences up again for the first time since you see him, and it just allows the wound to just continue. He seems to have a very strong focus on these crystals and what he wants to say to you now. As he speaks up, he says, "There have been occurrences of something I can only describe as shadow doors, or remnants, in both your worlds." He looks at Valence and nods at him, as Valence was the first one to see this or notice the shadow door to the north. He says, "These tears in space between worlds seem to somehow link both worlds. However, they're very dangerous. I am not sure how many worlds are linked, or if it's just Terra and Niflheim, or other planes. They need to be sealed as soon as possible. The longer they remain open, the faster the worlds will cease to exist. They allow any monstrosity you can imagine to pass through. You there, child," he points again at Valence. "You have witnessed some of these invasions for yourself. Some of you have noticed changes in the environment, the air, your surroundings, the trees, the animals. Kahir," he also nods towards you, "the ocean, its tidal waves, events that have been unfolding in both of your worlds. These events are most likely due to these shadow doors, or rifts, in both your worlds. I no longer have the strength to attempt to seal these rifts." As he says this, he starts to cough up some more of that sparkly substance that I guess you guys have now come to understand is his blood. He looks up at all of you and says, "My time as keeper of Everflow's balance has now ended. Go, new keepers of the crystal. You do not have much time. Only 1 year remains for both worlds. Take the crystals and go." As he says go, he explodes again, like you saw before, when he appeared on the island, in a bright white light. and he is gone.
And I look around like, so what are we doing? And then
As you say that, everyone roll me again wisdom saving throws.
oh no.
And again, I'll roll for Kahir.
Mine's not terrible this time.
All right. So we have Thorin with a 16. Okay. Orpheus fails. Traherne fails, and Kahir fails. So the three that failed, Orpheus, Traherne, and Kahir, you get very dizzy for a moment. Not so much so that you pass out or anything like that, but you definitely notice something strong coming. Whereas, who was the first roll? Thorin and Valens. You guys instantly know that someone has entered your mind and says to you, there's a female voice. Unfortunately, I am not a female, so I'm not going to attempt to speak in a female voice. But there's a female voice that speaks to all five, or all six of you, sorry. It says, "New keepers of the crystal, take both halves of the crystal and leave this place, for it is no longer safe. A grave danger is coming to Kolor Island. And intruders have begun to desecrate this place." Again, Valence, the divine sense that you got before, again, radiates.
Mm-hmm.
This time you know that the spell is ended. It's the final rebound that was coming back from it being, almost like a seal around it. It seems like the seal is broken fully now. And I want everyone to roll me initiative as we enter our first combat. And I'm going to change up some things here and do some stuff. As everyone's rolling initiative, before you complete rolling initiative, please make sure you're clicked on your token. Otherwise, your initiative will not show up in the turn order.
You have mine.
I have Traherne's and Orpheus at the moment. So again, click on your character token and click on initiative in your character sheet.
I have to go first. Damn it.
Kayla, if you need help, let us know. Valens, you have to click on your token before you click on initiative.
And then click on it.
Yes.
I'm confused because I had to mute for a second.
Are you back?
Yeah.
Wait, I
so-
totally. Can we turn the music down just a skosh?
Sure.
You can also turn it on your end, right?
How's that?
Good.
What am I supposed to be doing?
So you're
We're
gonna
rolling
click on your
initiative. So what you're going to do is you're going to click on your token, and then in your character sheet, I have to roll Kahir, so give me a second. Doing a lot of things here.
And then my character sheet.
and you click
So click on your
initiative.
token, and then open up your character sheet, and right next to you where you see armor class, your hit points, and your speed, there's something that says initiative and has a number in it.
Okay.
You're going to click on the word initiative.
Okay.
Awesome. Give me a second, let me roll these guys' initiative.
Oof. Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna explain a little bit of combat here. So I gave you guys a thing in Discord on what you can do during your turn, but I will walk you through what to do as your turn order appears on your screen. Can everyone see the turn order on their screen at the moment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So based on everyone's initiative, and let's make sure everyone's in there. It looks like everyone's there. We have Orpheus up first. So Orpheus, I'm gonna actually turn your character around. You don't actually have to point your character anywhere with these tokens.
Okay.
So don't worry about turning your token to like look at something or anything like that. So everyone sees before you guys to the north, some skeletons have come through what Gothor was explaining to you guys as the shadow door. And I'll move it down so you guys can see what the shadow door looks like. That's what's on the north end of the map. And it looks like the first 3 skeletons that came out have noticed you, Orpheus. The other 3 that are behind these 3 skeletons are just kind of stumbling about. But it is your turn. What would you like to do on your turn? You have the ability to move, have an action, and a bonus action. And I will assist you for the moment with combat distance. So the first, all 3 of these skeletons are about 10 feet, whereas the one on the left is about 15 feet from you.
Yeah. So
I'm actually going to turn on the grid for the moment so that you guys can snap into the grid.
but also if you guys need to use the ruler to see how many feet the creature from, there's on the left corner there's a ruler symbol. You can just click that and then measure from your token to the creature.
Yep. So Orpheus, what would you like to do on your turn?
So so I saw this creature come out, and then I would know. I've seen this before, right? I've seen this before, right?
No, you haven't. These are all right. So I'll explain what it is. So you see skeletons in front of you, animated skeletons. They have some really shitty looking armor on them, eroded. Almost looks like they've been buried for I don't know how long, and they came out of the ground. They look like they do have some swords and shields on them, but they're again these swords and shields are very rusted, very old looking. You have not witnessed this before. This doesn't look like anything like the creature you've encountered before.
So I was looking at the direction where the Gothor was. So I saw the creature walk out the gate, and then I would like to do my use my action for my cantrip. Oops.
Go for it.
So I just saw the it's called Vam Gaze. So I just saw like my eye just like my side eye just look at them, and then I do that. It's like a psychic move, I think.
Okay. So instead of clicking on it and your spells, I actually added it as an attack. So if you click on your core on your character sheet and click on Vamp Gaze underneath your hit points and hit dice, and it should give us the attack roll. And let me pull up the skeleton's character sheet. What was the roll? 11?
11, yeah.
11's a miss, but how does this spell look as it's coming? I guess you said from your eyes, correct?
Yeah, so you just see like the eye on the Orpheus eye just like glow red for a second, and then nothing happened. So
Yeah, so you see Orpheus's eyes turn red, flash like a shade of red as he stares at the skeleton, expecting something to happen, but the skeleton doesn't react. It doesn't seem like any damage has been pushed out from your psychic abilities. Unfortunately, with 11, you missed.
So
would you like to do anything else on your turn?
Is that my action or my?
That is your action, correct. So you still
Okay.
have, if you have anything that you can use on a bonus action and movement left over.
Okay. So I sort of just move back a little bit.
Okay.
I'll move back right there.
Go for it.
And then that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Next in the turn order, we have Doran.
All right.
What would you like to do?
So I'm
Same
kind
thing
of staring.
as Orpheus. You see these skeletons are start shambling out.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to roll me a nature check. These are skeletons. Definitely some type of magic involved here, or even you know for sure that these are not natural. These are not from probably either worlds. These guys don't look like skeletons. It's possible that these things maybe came from another plane of existence or were reanimated somehow. But you didn't feel any magics be casted around you. You're pretty in touch with your ability to know what type of magic is going on around you. You didn't feel any type of magic being casted other than Orpheus trying to do something with his eyes.
All
So
right.
it seems like these, you can safely assume that these are not natural things and they're probably from someplace else.
All right. So I'm staring at the skeletons. I see them. Are they like approaching us at this point? Or are they just kind of standing right there? Or
Yeah, the front three are approaching the party, whereas the other three, I'm going to move them to their actual boxes. Whereas the other three in the back are kind of walking aimlessly around.
So I'm looking at the first skeleton, and I really want to. I saw Orpheus, attack in and back up, and I just want to kind of be there to protect him, and also to. So I'm gonna go ahead and do. He's in range. Yeah, he's well in range. The first skeleton there, if I can figure out how to.
I have a quick question. If we want to use a support ability, can we use that at any point in time, or do we have to wait till our turn?
It have to be your turn.
I don't hear you, Danger.
Unless you have something that says on a reaction, you will have to wait till your turn to use something.
Gonna be like that.
So underneath your spells and abilities, you'll see
It'll say reaction instead of action. Is that what you're saying?
correct, or bonus
Okay.
action, right? So bonus action and action is on your turn. Reaction is on either a creature's turn or your friend's turn, based on what type of spell it is.
Okay.
So that closest skeleton right there, you'd see me like muster my hands together and start almost praying in Elven speak as I cast Sacred Flame on.
Sacred Flame. Okay. Dexterity save. DC 12. Fail. That's a 6. So you do. What does a Sacred Flame look like?
Sacred Flame, it kind of has like this almost like a goldish aura going around my hands, and it channels into like a beam, and you see it veering off towards the skeleton and goes completely wide left.
What do you mean wide left?
Like it completely misses him, just kind of almost goes straight, and then it kind of veers off onto the side.
No. So
Wait,
you hit him.
that's a hit, right?
Oh,
That's a hit. Yeah.
Yeah. So sorry, I meant to say the skeleton failed its dexterity save with a 6.
Then
So then it turns right again,
DC.
and it comes back, and it hits him in the back of the
Yeah,
head.
so it does like a curveball.
and
Okay.
boomerangs around, curves back, and hits him in the back of his head.
Awesome. So you see this radiant energy come out of Thorin. Were you like casting with your sword, or what was your focus when you were casting?
Yeah, with the sword. I had the sword in my hand, and you saw the runes actually start glowing like almost a purplish hue as I was chanting the prayer.
Awesome. So yeah, you guys see the sacred flame fly forward and hit true. You see the skeleton just get scorched. The tatters of clothing that were on it get scorched by this radiant divine energy. It's still shambling about, but it does look a lot more weakened than before when it was had his gaze towards Orpheus. You did some pretty good damage on him. Anything else on your turn?
And then I'm also going to move kind of like in a defensive spot with the rest of the group to there.
Quick question: are you donning your shield and sword, or just your sword at the moment?
A shield and sword.
Okay. So make sure your AC is 18 at the moment, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. Make sure you keep that up to date if you're one-handing or two-handing your sword. Anything else besides that?
No, that's the end of my turn.
All right. Skeleton number 6. Let's see if he can see you guys and understand what the hell's going on. No, he just stays there. Next one is the first skeleton, which was hit by the sacred flame. As he got hit by the sacred flame, he continues to stumble forward. He's going to go after the first person he sees, which is Traherne to his left. Traherne, what is your AC?
Good question.
It's on go to your core. And then
This right here, armor class? Is that what it is?
Yep.
Doesn't matter. Whatever it is, it's going to hit. He just rolled a 20. You take 3 piercing damage, Traherne. As a short sword flashes before you, the skeleton, maybe when it was alive, was maybe a fighter or something. As he flashes his sword around and cuts a little scrape into your arm, you start bleeding a little bit from your arm. Doesn't hurt as much as you thought because this sword is kind of blunted with how corroded it's been. But you do take some damage, 3 piercing damage. So please make sure you -3 from your HP pool.
Right, from the top number, right? The current HP points.
Current HP, right? Don't touch the maximum.
Okay.
And the skeleton ends its turn in your threat range. Next up, we have Balance.
All right. So I'm going to move forward. Do I need to do the draw distance or anything?
Just tell me where you're going. Which skeleton
moving.
are you heading towards?
I'm moving here.
Yep, that's fine.
I know he's attacking the one just adjacent to me.
Okay. Are you moving within 5 feet or 10 feet? Because you do have reach on your weapon.
Oh shit! I'm gonna go right here then.
Okay. All right. So you've moved forward.
Yep. Let me pull my character sheet.
You know what you're doing.
So my lance was already out from the conversation when I got spooked earlier. So I am gonna just move forward and immediately attack with that. Do I just click the
Go for
lance name, right?
Yeah. So in your character sheet under core,
Okay.
you should be able to just click on the lance, and it should roll an attack roll. Boom! There you go. 17. So if you want to read the tooltip underneath it really quick, just so that viewers know what this weapon is to you.
A lance handed down through the generations of the Dragoon family. It can shrink in size to hit melee creatures without disadvantage. Regardless, must use 2 hands to wield. So,
Yeah,
that's
do you
why I
want to give
can't-
us a description of what this lance looks like as you're striking the skeleton true? Also, roll me damage by clicking on Eclipse Lance in the chat box there. Awesome. Let's see.
So this,
Yeah, you deal some serious damage to this thing. Go ahead.
yeah, I went right for the head, man. So basically, my spear, it's got like an elongated blade at the end. It's got a set of almost like barb blades coming off of it on either side of that blade. And then there's another. It's the entire staff portion of it is all black, but the actual blade is this pearlescent, right? Not like silvery, but almost like a pearl coloration. And then there's a spike ornament on the back end of the spear, or on the lance.
Awesome. Yeah, you definitely hit this creature, dealing 11 piercing damage. You definitely lob off the head of this thing, but
Just
it's still
wobbling
standing.
around.
It's still standing. The head stopped moving, but the body is still swinging about. Anything else on your turn?
I don't think I can. Can I do? I don't have any bonus actions or anything.
Okay.
And I don't feel like moving back.
All right, so you take a defensive stance and ready yourself for your next attack. Next up, we have Kahir. Kahir, you are about, give you some distance. You're about 20 feet from the nearest skeleton, the one that was scorched by Thorin's sacred flame. Would you like to move up and attack that skeleton?
So since I don't have dark vision and I can only see like 30 feet out, what
Mhm.
can I see of the battlefield?
Yeah, so let's see what you can see. I can actually click on your token and see what you see, so hang on. So you could hear Traherne as he got hit, maybe cry out a little bit, say like "ouch," to your direct northwest. That's probably where a skeleton is.
Okay. So if I'm hearing Traherne, the battle, and Traherne cry out, I'm going to kind of roar, and in my roar, I'm going to say,
Give me
"God,
that
give
roar!
me
I want to
strength.
hear it.
God, give me strength!" And I'm going to enter my
Let's go.
rage.
All right, so Kahir is raging. Let's
Some hormones.
show that in the chat for everyone.
I think you scared them.
So for anyone that's interested, there's the tooltip for rage. So while you're in this state, you have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. You also have a bonus to damage, I believe. You also have advantage on strength checks and saving throws. When you make a melee weapon attack using strength, you gain a bonus to the damage roll, and it increases as you gain levels as a barbarian. So you're charging forward towards right next to Traherne to possibly finish off this skeleton that was scorched by this sacred flame.
Yep, and I'm going to get right up on it. I'm not worried about the 10 feet right now.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll your damage for you for your glaive. Oop. And you crit. You are most definitely killing this thing. How do you want to kill it?
So as he charges, he gets right up on it, and he's going to take both hands and basically just come straight overhead, and he's going to drive the bladed portion of his glaive that has a long mahogany handle with a jewel tied around it in the shape of a bear paw up by the head of the glaive, and he's just going to take it and two overhanded just come straight down through the center of the skeleton.
Hell yeah, you do that exactly. As your glaive is driving downwards, you actually crash through the skull, through the spine, all the way down to the floor, and literally cut this thing in half. You just cut right through bone. And you kill one of the first skeletons out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe. Anything else on your turn?
Don't forget to check mark my rage box because it adds the damage to the tooltip.
Yeah, regardless, you destroyed this thing, but I will do that.
Right.
And
How much damage?
Tick down one rage.
How much damage buff does he get from that on his rolls?
I believe it's +2.
+2 right now, so I did what, 15?
Okay.
Yes, 15 slashing damage. Anything else on your turn?
Nope, that'll be it.
Cool. The skeleton closest to the crystals. Let's see. Who does he see? Minuet. Minuet, you see this skeleton stumble forward. How far can he move? 30 feet. Oh, he's going to get right up next to you. So Minuet, you see a skeleton run past the crystals. He actually tries to avoid the crystals as he's running past. Seems like he doesn't like the energies coming from it. And then runs right up next to you and swings a sword at you. What is your AC? Doesn't matter. You rolled a 20 as well.
Wow, these are some really strong skeletons.
I think that was the same exact roll as when I was close.
This is a strong die.
Well, that's why I'm doing it on screen instead of doing it in my dice roller here.
And this is how we die.
He's cashing
So
in on
Minuet-
all of his bad luck in Aeon.
Yeah. So Minuet, you see a skeleton just basically run up to you and slash you in the leg. You take 3 piercing damage. Please make sure you -3 from your HP pool on your character sheet. And
You know
it
what?
is your turn.
You know where that Kayla?
Kayla?
She's still on Discord. I know she had to step away for a moment.
She's not on Discord.
No.
Okay. So we'll skip Minuet's turn for now. Swim or anyone that's can get in touch with her, see if she's going to come back. But Swim, it is your turn. So you just saw Kahir basically cut a skeleton in half.
I decapitated one. I'm
And
fancy.
Valen took the head off of one of them, but sounds like they're still shambling above to the north region of the map. I know you probably can't see that far up.
Gamble.
Actually,
Okay.
let me see how far you can see. You can see some skeletons.
Yeah, hold on. I'm just gonna. I guess I would need to keep that on my screen for the stream, but might need to open another browser later. Okay, so I can see the skeletons that are to the northeast of me, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, right here.
All right. So first question: how bad is this wound that I've suffered? Like, am I going to take any bleeding damage? Is that a thing, or it's stable?
So yeah, there is statuses in this game, but you're not bleeding or anything like that.
Okay.
You just got a minor cut.
So I'm pissed off, right? Still not talking much. I do have one question though, just about. I noticed in my character sheet under core that I have certain racials that seem like they can be actions. How does that work if I want to use a racial for something? Is that something that takes an action slot or no?
So which one are you referring to in particular?
Like, how does Mask of the Wild work?
So basically, you can attempt to hide, which if there's creatures in your vicinity, what they're going to have to do is they're going to have to roll a perception check to see if they see you.
Okay.
But hide takes an action.
Okay. Yeah. And creatures mean anything that's living, right? Okay. I just
living, dead. Yeah, anything that you're opposing to.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood that. All right. So the first thing that I want to do is I'm kind of like hunched over. I'm holding my arm, and Kahir standing right next to me. I don't say thank you. Like I said, I'm not speaking much words, but I decide to put my hand on his shoulder as kind of like gratitude. And I would like to use a cantrip to cast guidance on him.
Awesome. Give me the tooltip for guidance. So you touch one willing creature once before the spell ends. The target can roll a d4 and add the number to one ability check of its choice. It can roll the dice before or after making the ability check. Once the spell then ends after adding that dice to that ability check. So Kahir, you have a guidance. Just make note of that. If there's an ability check within the next, it says concentration up to 1 minute. So the next 6 rounds. So remember, each round is 6 seconds.
So I'm carrying all these items, so I'm assuming that I can just grab out my shield and quarterstaff, right? Just
unsheath so just declare what you have out. Yep. So you took out your shield, you got your quarterstaff in your hand.
Yeah. I'm assuming I didn't have that when I got hit, because that was a question I had. The last question I had was, how does a shield factor into damage mitigation?
Yeah, I said it didn't matter because it rolled a 20, and I know everyone here doesn't have anything close to a 20 AC. So currently on your character sheet, when you're donating a shield, you get a +2 to your AC. So on your character sheet, under core, you have right now 13 armor class. Now that you've took out your shield, you should have a 15 armor class. So you can raise that number up to 15. You can type in there.
Okay. All right. So the next thing I'd like to...
If you rolled a 14 or below, that would have missed or hit against your shield.
Okay. So the next thing I would like to do is a bonus action. And I'm going to do Shillelagh, or however you pronounce it. Shillelagh.
Yep, you got it.
Shillelagh.
So tell me how this works. So you begin casting something on your quarterstaff, I'm assuming?
Yes. So let me just put this in chat too, for everybody that's new. So I I take out. I pick up kind of like a stone that's just next to me, and I start just kind of carving away at this and making it really sharp at the end. And I kind of engrave like almost like a rune, kind of down the side of it. And it kind of glows a little bit, more of like a green radiant light that just gets larger and larger as I'm engraving on it. And then after I'm finished, I drop the stone. I lift my head up. I stand up straight, and then I'm going to move my character. Let me see what my max move is.
Cool.
Or
35.
so that means I can move 35 steps. Is that right? Okay.
Yeah. So it's
So
$7.
I'm gonna move down towards Minuet. And I'll have I'll stand, I guess, on the other side of Orpheus, like, so the Orpheus is like in between me and the creature.
Go for it. You can move your token.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, I was trying to drag it on the other screen. Like that.
Okay, so you have an Orpheus in front.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else on your turn?
No, I think that's my 3 possible actions, correct?
I mean, again, I kind of explained it to you guys. You guys can also say stuff as you're moving around and doing actions, but again, I think you said that your character is kind of quiet at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, I get over to Minuet and I just kind of ask them, like, "Are you okay?" And
She
she's
does
not here,
not
but
respond to you.
okay, she's unconscious. I'm assuming.
She doesn't respond.
Okay. So that's the end of my turn.
All right, next. Skeleton 2. Let's see if this guy finally notices you guys. He does not. So he's just gonna shamble around towards the north of this. Skeleton 1 is the one in front of Valens. And he's gonna run up to you and attempt to swing at you with his sword. What is your AC?
Get to the right page.
I'm guessing it's greater than 8.
Probably. I think it's my AC. Yes. Yeah, it's more than 8.
Alright, again, this is the one that doesn't have a head on its shoulders, so it is just swinging wildly. Doesn't even come close to you. Next, Skeleton 4. Let's see if he finally notices the party. He does not. And he rolled a 1 and walks off of the edge, and he's gone.
He's like, nah, dude, I just watched one of my guys get crushed and the other one's head's missing. I'm out.
Yeah, he straight up just walked
I'm
off this
out.
thing. If anyone wants to give me a perception check to see when this thing falls off, what happens,
Yeah.
you can.
Let me check. Let me see what my perception check's going to look like first.
It's not going to be of you guys actually looking down, but it's going to be more of like a sound if you hear it crash down on anything.
Ooh. Are we all
Yeah,
doing it? Or
Wraith,
just one?
you can. Anyone that's on the island can do it.
Perception.
Wraith, you don't hear anything.
Is that it?
Nope. Nada.
Orpheus, you take note that you do not hear a crash as this thing falls off at all. It almost is like it's gone. Thorin,
Guys,
same thing, and Traherne, same thing. You guys don't hear a crash. You don't hear chittering of bones or anything like that. It literally is like it fell off the face of the earth and is gone.
so is it my turn?
Next, the Shadow Rifts.
Oh.
The Shadow Rift grows.
Well,
Orpheus,
that's
your
not
turn.
good.
Mhm.
Ain't good.
That is not good. Orpheus, it's your turn. You notice the Shadow Rift just opened up a little bit wider.
Okay.
However, you have skeletons all around the island. One very close to you, next to Minuet. You just swiped it, Minuet.
So at this point, I see everybody started fighting the skeleton, right? And then that skeleton fell off the map. So the island. So I make a comment. I was like, guys, I still don't hear the sound of skeleton hitting the bottom. And then so I'm in the battle mode. So about
Yeah,
Orpheus,
you guys can
whenever I hit,
respond if you'd like. Again, I'm gonna let you guys flavor it however you want, but just remember your turn is like 6 seconds, so you guys can have like
Yeah.
a short conversation very quickly.
and then I'm in
Far
my
away
battle
from the
mode.
wild.
So like my personality changed a little bit. It's a little bit more arrogant. It's not jockey. And I'm gonna point at this skeleton right here. And then I will cast Crimson Wake. So it's the Eldritch Blast.
Awesome. So yeah, some of Orpheus' abilities we've renamed. I've also kept the actual spell name or cantrip name in parentheses, more for flavor of his character. So he's essentially casting an Eldritch Blast, which has been renamed to Crimson Wake. So a beam
And-
of crackling energy streaks toward a creature within range. Must make a ranged spell attack to hit the target. So make sure you hit Crimson Wake in your core under your attacks. What's so funny? What'd I say?
His roll.
Oh,
So
The
again,
highest you
so,
rolled all night.
yes.
yeah. I mean, how does this Crimson Wake look?
So again, my eyes started glowing again, and then you see it. I have a ring in my hand, so I started speaking in my hand, and I speak into the ring, and then I put my hand out, and then for that skeleton, and then like a red, like as if like a blood color beam come out my palm, and try to hit the skeleton.
Awesome. And I think you look at Thorin as you're doing this, and you're trying to emulate his curveball, but completely miss.
Yeah, I tried to cut his curveball, and then I tried to do the, and then I turned around, I turned to him, I said, I try.
So what did it hit,
Alright.
or did it just fly off?
No, it
Yes.
totally flew off.
Beamed
Okay.
off.
I'll give you guys the benefit of the doubt.
It hit Traherne in the other arm. I was kidding.
Yeah. These skeletons have an armor class of 13. You guys won't have this information often, but just for you guys to know, as you're doing rolls, you're trying to beat a 13 for armor class. Anything else on your turn, Orpheus? Before
No.
ending your turn, you're just staying there.
That'll be all. Yeah.
Thorin, your turn.
Also,
So
Thorin
I
still
see
have
that-
Oh, sorry.
Mhm.
You still have Bars of Inspiration, by the way, if you want to roll that. I don't
do.
think it's 10 minutes past yet. Yeah.
Bard of Inspiration. Da-da-da-da-da.
So yeah, I think Bardic Inspiration you can add it to your attack roll. If you,
Yeah,
if
and
you
it's
feel
last-
like you're going to miss your attack roll.
All right. Well, I see that skeleton that's right close to the party that just attacked Orpheus. That's right next to Minuet. So I'm gonna
Actually,
kind of.
it attacked
Oh, I
Minuet.
attacked Minuet, didn't it?
Yeah, it attacked
Yeah.
your
So
sister.
I saw it attack my sister. So I'm going to very aggressively charge at it to go right next to it, and I still have my sword and shield in my hand, so I'm gonna take that sword and I'm gonna be whacking right at that skeleton to protect my sister.
Go for it. Roll me some.
Yeah.
Roll me an attack. One-handed or two-handed?
One-handed. I have the sword and shield out.
Okay. With a 12, you hit this creature, but you don't do any damage. It parries you with its short sword. Again, remember the armor class was 13 that you have to beat, so you just missed it. So you still hit the creature, but it parried your attack as you were coming in with your sword. It kind of watched you as you were doing this. If you want to go ahead and move your token closer, because I think you had to be in melee range.
Yeah,
Does he have to
right.
manually do Bars of Inspiration when he click that?
Oh, you have a Bardic
Oh,
Inspiration.
yeah, I
now,
do
so
have Bardic Inspiration. Yeah. Let me add that in.
Normally,
Bardic
you would want to use that before I told you hit or miss. But again, I gave you guys the benefit of the doubt of knowing what the AC is. So you're going to roll 1d6, I believe? Or 1d4?
I think it's D6.
It is.
No, I think,
if I
I
scroll
think
up.
Bardic Inspiration is a d4.
D4.
Let me double check. D6. So in the chat, you can do /roll 1d6, or you can click on the dice roller on the left. So add +2, so you have 14 would hit. Roll me damage. So remember, to roll damage, you just click on the text in the chat. 7 slashing damage. So Yes, it does power you, but in the last second, you hear Minuet's song playing in your ears, and you bring the sword down the blade of the skeletons and slice at its arm and deal 7 slashing damage. You kind of cut off one of its arms, the arm not holding the sword. Anything else on your turn?
No, that's it. I'm just standing there with the shield out, kind of protecting myself from Minuet, like standing right there, almost taunting towards the skeleton.
Okay. Next is skeleton 6. Let's see if it finally notices you guys, and it does. It's let's see who it's.
Only
who's all the way
me.
in the back. Traherne, the skeleton runs towards you, trying to avoid the crystals. It gets to about here and stops because that's the end of its movement. Skeleton.
The danger.
Yep.
It has entered my threat range, so I want to take my reaction to rage and spin my glaive out to the side and hit it as it enters my reach.
Hell yeah, go for it. So I'm gonna roll your attack for you. And this is a special ability you have, correct?
Kolor
Yes,
master,
it
right?
is part of my Kolor Master.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the chat for anyone that's interested.
He also has 2 damage buffs, his own and mine.
Let's see, is this one? This one's at full health, so let's see how you do. So with your glaive, you have a special ability as well to hit it with a hilt after your normal attack if it hits, correct?
Yeah, that's a bonus attack. This is the full attack.
Yep. So I'm gonna do glaive hit. Crit fail, unfortunately.
Oof.
So normally on crit fails, the way I do it is something bad happens, but because this is kind of like Tutorial Island, I'm not going to do that to you guys. But you crit failed on your hit. If you fail on the
Okay.
hit, do you not get the hilt attack?
No,
All
that's
these-
a straight up bonus action. So since this is a reaction, I don't get that.
Exactly. Okay, perfect. All right. So although this thing comes into your range and you try and swing at it, I guess just with the adrenaline of hitting that other skeleton, you thought it would be easy to just crack this thing in half, but you overestimate your reach and you don't actually hit the skeleton running into your threat range.
Traherne kind of looks over and kind of laughs, and under like on a low breath in Elvish, just says all those buffs, and that's the best you can do. And I just kind of laugh it off.
But
Okay,
Alfred,
you
look
just
over.
hear Traherne say something under his breath. Maybe he's trying to encourage you. You have no idea what he's saying.
So I look over and I would just like see like my eye glowing. It's like admiring, admiring here at this point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. He's looking very beautiful as he's whipping around this big pole arm around him. Valis.
Allen's.
Allens. I gotta.
I'm gonna say
do something.
one word.
Great.
I think
What do you want to do on your turn?
I want to finish off the dude in front of me.
Go for it.
All right. Keep closing it while I'm looking at like the other.
17's a hit. Give me damage. If you could do more than a 2, you destroy this thing. Awesome. How you want to kill it? It has no head, by the way.
So I shove my spear through the chest into the spine, lift it up, and slam it into the ground.
Awesome. You definitely do that. Anything else on your turn? This skeleton is destroyed. As you still have movement and bonus action if you can do anything on a bonus action. You have dark vision, so you could see the skeleton here, and one aimlessly walking possibly over here. So would you like to move or do anything else?
You talking to me?
Wraith?
No.
No, Wraith.
Oh, I thought so.
Anything else you want to do? You have movement and bonus actions along your turn.
I'm gonna. Now that I've done that, I'm gonna turn around because I've destroyed that one. I'm coming over here to handle business this way for the one
Right.
that ran past me.
Yep. Cool. Kahir, your turn. You have one skeleton to your right and another one that's hasn't necessarily noticed anyone yet. But the one on the right is running towards Traherne.
10 feet away.
So on the heels of my epic baseball swing miss, I'm going to flip my glaive in hand and kind of uppercut it, and in my rage, just kind of like uppercut with the blade into it.
Awesome. Let's do it. You're staying at 10 feet?
Yep, I'll keep the 10 feet.
All right. You rolled an 8. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. You do have guidance, but that's not in regards to attack rolls. That's in regards to ability checks.
Yeah.
Correct. So with the miss, I'm going to take a 5-foot step towards it, and in the same motion, I'm going to reverse the glaive, and as my bonus action, I'm going to slam it with the hilt.
All right. Hilt is a crit with a 24. You deal 5, 6, 7, 8 damage bludgeoning, which you would think would do more damage to something like a skeleton, but it actually has resistance. Oh, sorry, it's vulnerable. So it's going to take double damage to bludgeoning damage, which you definitely deal. And you outright destroy this one. How do you want to kill it?
So as the hilt drives into its center mass, and its skin and bone kind of peel away and make way, I'm going to just push through and take another 5-foot step into it and just kind of fling it back towards the crystals.
Awesome. You do that. Anything else on your turn? You did move 5 feet forward as you were pushing this thing away, but it's definitely dead. You see another skeleton to your right, and one kind of just walking around to the north.
In my rage, I'm going to continue on to the north. So whatever, I should have 20 feet left.
Yep. End of your turn there?
Yep, and that'll be my turn.
All right. Skeleton 3, who is between everyone down south down here, is going to swing at Wraith.
Yeah,
With a 20. Is that
damn.
a hit?
that's a hit.
Yeah.
You take 5 piercing damage.
Oh, okay.
So you see this skeleton kind of just flash its sword and come straight down on your shoulder, kind of going right between your shoulder plate and your breastplate, and slicing through the soft part where maybe you have like some cloth underneath, as you see some blood trickling down your armor. It is Minuet's turn, who we are skipping. Has she come back yet?
No.
I don't think she's gonna be back.
All right. Traherne, your turn.
All right. So just out of curiosity, if I use that racial that we talked about earlier to go and hide, do I have to stay immobile? It doesn't really specify. Or can I move?
So basically, there has to be something that you're able to obscure yourself with. So, for example, it could be like the smallest blade of grass. As long as there's something, you can still hide.
Okay, but I can't
Hide is,
move while
again,
I'm in
an
it.
Action. You can move. You can be hidden and move.
So it doesn't impact my movement then.
But again, it is your action, so you won't be able to attack if you do that.
Okay.
Unless
so-
you have a skill that allows you to move at normal pace, if you are in stealth or hidden, you do move at half speed. So your speed does get half.
Correct. So imagine this: like you creep down, or you go down prone, and you're like laying in the grass, kind of hiding.
Okay.
So you would essentially have to crawl, right?
So I'd be moving at half speed.
Meaning you would,
Okay.
Yeah, you would move at half speed if you're trying to hide. But again, it does take up your action, so keep
Right,
that in
right.
mind. You won't be able to attack if you do that.
Okay. So I'm going to use okay. I'm going to use Thunder Wave on the well, does it attack friendly too? If it does, then I'm not going to use Thunder Wave.
Yeah. So Thunder Wave essentially is I think it's a blast where you choose,
Okay.
which will push everyone and do damage to everyone within a
Okay.
radius. Yes. So if you have friendlies in the area, there is friendly fire in this game.
Okay.
You would hit your party members. This is more for like if you see like a group of goblins, like in a cluster, or you can aim it so that it only hits certain creatures. But I would probably suggest that you don't use Thunder Wave because no matter how you put it, you're either gonna hit Wraith or Radix.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so I'm gonna move first. I'm gonna move closer to the zombie.
Not zombie.
Or skeleton, sorry. And then I'm going to use my cantrip poison spray. I'm assuming I can target that close range to only hit the skeleton.
Yeah. Give me. Hold on one second. I just want to see. Is poison spray a melee or a range attack?
It's
10 feet.
10 feet.
Range within range, instantaneous. Here, I'll put it in chat.
Yeah, I think it's a saving throw, so you're good. All right, so yeah, you can do it. Go for it.
So you have to do a Constitution, I think, or something.
Before you use poison spray, give me a nature check.
Not there, but you never clicked them.
Don't click on the spell yet.
Yeah, I'm looking for nature.
Right there.
I can click on nature though, right?
Yes, click on the word nature. 15. Being that this is a skeleton, you don't think that poison damage will do anything. Okay. Essentially, I'm telling you that it has immunity to poison.
So does
it
that?
Doesn't have any skin
So you don't need that skill.
Okay.
Different skill.
So does that count as my action or no?
No.
Like,
I'm gonna do that as a free.
Okay. Okay.
You're
then I'm just gonna take my quarterstaff that I've carved to be really sharp and just drive it into the stomach of the skeleton and all the way through the backside down into the ground.
Cool. Give me attack as you're attacking. Radix, give me a perception check if you want to inspect.
Quarterstaff. Which one do you one hand or two?
You want to see what Trahern's trying to do. 18 perception.
Arcana or
either one is fine. So you understand magics. Again, just with your background of actually attending magic school, you know exactly what Trahern is doing. The cantrip Shillelagh. His staff is actually empowered with magical properties and is actually a magical weapon. So magical weapons usually are able to pierce through anything that has resistances like bludgeoning or piercing. There's no hindrance in regards to that. So what Trahern's doing with his staff that he did before was empower with magic, basically. 18 is a hit. Roll me. Did you roll the?
So I'm assuming I'm using the one-handed, right? So
because
I have a shield.
Because it's powered.
Okay, I got you.
So oh my god. What the hell? So yeah, the two-handed is also if you have Shillelagh casted. So instead of having to do two-handed, it's basically the same thing. But you crit failed.
Yes.
So how do you want to crit fail this attack?
So
what terrible thing happened?
So I push the spear through him. It goes all the way down to the ground.
It's a stab.
Huh?
It's a stab, by the way.
Well, it's a spear because I've carved it into a spear. Okay, it's a quarter spear now, so it's in the ground. and I'm pretty satisfied, right, that I got him. And then I kind of look up, and I make eye contact, and he's just not phased at all. The skeleton's not phased. And he kind of starts walking through the wood of the quarterstaff out past the handle, and I back up a few steps as he's kind of pushing me back.
Yeah, I mean,
and it seemed to did no damage to him.
Did no damage. You literally went through maybe like one rib and down to the floor, and it's just looking at you, going, jittering its teeth at you as it's moving closer towards you to try and attack you.
Narco, this is why you don't get MVP, bro.
Let's see if this skeleton finally recognizes you guys. It rolled a 1. It also walks off. I'm no joke. This is what it rolled.
I think your die are only rolling ones or 20s. There is no in between.
It literally walks off the edge again and kills itself. Anyone else want to do perception checks to see if this thing hits anything as it falls off?
I'll do a perception check to redeem myself.
Go for it.
It's on there. Right there. The up.
Oh.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, so Traherne, this time you're very much listening as you hear a skeleton just go and falls off. You hear nothing. Not only do you hear nothing, you actually do hear something. You hear whoop. Just the sound of like a whoop
Like water
as
sound?
it fell off. Maybe after 3 seconds.
Like closer to the sound of water, or closer to the sound of like air whooshing?
Just like
It's like whoop.
Give me
that's
an
it?
Arcana check. And this
Arcana?
is only for Traherne. He rolled a 20, yeah. The DC
rolled
was 20
19.
to understand what was happening.
Oh.
I don't know what it is.
Something happened. It definitely didn't drop into anything. It's more magic based, but you have no idea what kind of magic is happening here.
Okay. But I was able to know enough that it wasn't like water, correct?
It wasn't water, it wasn't air, it didn't hit anything. It just disappeared somehow, magically.
Okay. All right.
Anything else on your turn?
It's not his turn.
Oh, sorry, it's not your turn. Did you want to move, by the way? Remember, if you move away from a creature that's actively engaging you, it will have opportunity to attack you. So I'm assuming you're staying there. I kind of forgot to ask if you wanted to move or do anything else.
Yeah, I'm staying there because I don't have any bonus actions, so that's it.
Okay. Back around to the rift. The rift does not grow in size, but it is a lot larger than what it started with. We're back around to Orpheus.
So,
You having fun, Ray?
Orpheus.
Wraith
So,
is ready to go.
So
Orpheus.
Orpheus, I guess I move up. Wait, can I attack the people in front of me? I have to move, right?
So you are a warlock. You can kind of aim your spell around things.
Okay.
But I am playing line of sight in this campaign. So yes, I would
Okay.
say if you're trying to throw a spell directly at this thing, you kind of have to line of sight so you're not hitting anyone else.
So I'll move up here, and then I'll do the same thing again. I'll do Crimson Wake. Same
Go
thing
for
again.
it.
I talk to my ring, and then I put my hand out, and then I'll blast.
Traherne, do me a favor, roll me an Arcana check. As you see, Orpheus kind of speaking into his ring. Best guess, he's talking to his ring and it's probably talking back to him.
And I fail.
So 11, yes. Unfortunately, you don't hit the skeleton.
So I try to
same
do
thing,
that
maybe.
move. Yeah, I try to do
Just
that
trying to
move
do a
again,
curveball again?
the curve again, and it's failed. And I look at Thorin and I said, "How do you do it?"
Thorin, it's your turn if you want to respond.
I take one look at Orpheus. I'm going, oh, you poor child. I'll show you how to do it. As I grab my sword and I start mustering a prayer, and the blade starts shimmering a nice purple hue.
Dexterity save. 3, fail. 1 radiant damage. So I think you try and get a little fancy with it as you're kind of swinging your sword up to kind of do like a curveball, and it loses some of its power as it's going back down. It only deals 1 radiant damage. Anything else on your turn?
No, I just looked over at Orpheus. I just shrugged like this.
Nice. Back around to Wraith. Your turn, Wraith.
I am going to smash this the skeleton in front of me.
Go for it.
if I can press the right buttons.
Awesome, definitely a hit. Roll me some damage. See if we can end this fight. 5 piercing damage. Is it enough? It literally had 5 HP left. How do you want to kill it?
I shove my spear through it and bring it up over my head and slam it behind me.
Bam! You absolutely destroy this thing. It literally shatters into about 1 million different little bones as you bring it back down. And congratulations, you all have succeeded on your first combat. Proud of you guys. Good job.
I take much pride in my wound and shaving down my weapon. I feel accomplished.
I literally miss every single thing.
I take a glance over at Orpheus and I go, so what magic school did you attend? Because I don't think a single one of your beams hit anything.
I just looked down and then just didn't say anything.
Are we allowed to do actions and stuff at will now since the fight's over?
Yeah, combat stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, do I see any sort of living creature on this island, even if it's a small creature?
Nothing.
Nothing.
By the way, we're coming up on 10 o'clock. We're going till 10. Do you guys want to go another 10, 15 minutes, or let me know what you're looking like in regards to time?
Number whatever.
I can go a little longer. What about you?
We'll get up to you guys being able to possibly leave the island, and then we'll call it there.
So I remember. So Orpheus remember the Gothos say take the crystal with us. So I'm gonna go over the crystal again.
I think Traherne was asking you something about magic. Do you give any response to Traherne as you're walking over to the crystals? Sorry,
Thorin,
to
Thorin, right?
Thorin?
Yeah, I just looked down and then I just like didn't say anything. So
how big are these crystals, by the way, like size wise?
I know they're kind of big on this depiction of them on the map, but they're kind of size of a softball, maybe.
Okay.
So I will that's the case that I will take the crystal that I touch and then I just hold it. And then I said
Orpheus, you can add a crystal piece to your inventory, or if you like, I'll add it to your inventory. Valens, you doing the same?
Yeah.
Balance
with the other one, and I turn around to the group and say, I say, "Oh, the elder's gone, right? Yeah. So when I was speaking with him, he said that we needed to find the gnome elders to figure out what steps we need to take to bring balance again."
Traherne and Thorin, roll me history check. See if you know where these elders are.
History?
And I don't know what the hell a gnome is, so.
Yeah, so I never seen a gnome before, so I'm at this point I'm really excited. So I just like, let's go.
Sorry, go ahead. Okay, here.
So as the battle ended and Orpheus and Valens take the crystals, you kind of see Kahir put both hands on his glaive and sit it in front of him as he just kind of meditates for a moment, and the bear paw jewel on the head of his glaive kind of glows a faint emerald green as his rage subsides. And as he comes out of his rage and he kind of turns to the group, he just looks at everybody, and then in his gruff voice you hear him, "What the hell's a gnome?"
Here, as you're coming out of your rage and you're pouring your rage magics into your glaive to disperse it and to help calm you, I'm gonna roll your perception check because you do notice something glinting. Let's see if you can identify where it is. A 12, you do. So to the northwest of the map, there is a little floating island um, that's pretty close to the actual island that you guys are on. And you see something glinting over there. Do you want to go over and take a look?
Absolutely.
Okay, you head to the north. In order to get over to this island over here, you will have to make a athletics or acrobatics check to get over there. Do you want to go ahead and do so? It can be dangerous because you did see those skeletons fall off the island.
Yeah,
But
let's give it
it
a
is
shot.
only about little less than 5 feet. You think you could probably make it pretty
I
easily.
have a question.
Yeah, you also have a guidance on you from
Yeah.
Traherne.
Let's go ahead and use the guidance and make sure I get over.
Well, I have one more question. Can I
Sure.
also would Longstrider be beneficial to him for this jump? Does that help at all?
Put it in the chat. You touch a creature, the creature's speed increases by 10 feet until the spell ends. Absolutely.
So
Go
can
do
I
it.
buff? I would buff him with that as well
Yeah,
before
so,
he rolls.
Traherne, as you see Kahir walking over, do you say something to him to help to have him stop before he jumps
So you're
to
gonna move over
try and
here.
help him?
You move over there.
Yeah, so I make my way up.
Just move all the way through.
Kahir, you
Kahir.
notice Traherne walking up behind you.
And I was just like, so
I'll
what do you
pause
think?
just to watch his approach.
Yeah, so I walk up to him. I'm like, I'm holding my arm. I'm not really limping, but I'm definitely kind of slouched a little bit because my arm's still bleeding a bit. And I walk up to him and I asked him like, what do you see?
Something glinty. Gonna go get.
That seems like a far jump.
Nah, me make farther than before. It fine.
So I put my hand on him and I don't like, I'm interested, but I have that expression that I'm more interested to see like how it unfolds more so than I actually really care if he actually makes it or not. But I basically buff him with Longstrider and I'm just like, this is for good luck. And then I kind of just
how does the
sit
spell
back.
look as you're helping increase Kahir's speed here?
I moved
So
over just to watch.
so I
Okay.
kneel down after I
Minuet
take my hand off
follows
his
as,
shoulder. Huh?
Sorry,
Go,
I was just
continue.
NPC in Minuet.
Okay. So I kind of kneel down after I take my hand off his shoulder and I have like one hand touching the ground and then I have another hand and I'm kind of like in a meditation concentrated state and Kahir just starts seeing this more like wind-like magical power coming out of my hand. It's very green in nature, and he can hear the spirits of animals kind of coming through as well. But it's just kind of subtle, just different variety of animals, and as if you were listening to like the sounds of a forest.
Any of them water-based?
Water-based? Yeah, so it's a mixture of like aquatic life and wilderness life. Just it's a combination of just different animals.
Kahir,
and
you hear this ringing out in your mind, and it kind of reminds you of back home.
Ah, yes. Ancestors be with me. I can make this. This be good.
Okay, so
And
while
so hold
while
on,
they
I'm not done casting.
my God.
And so
sorry.
and this spiraling magic basically just starts leaving my hand and it starts kind of swimming through around his ankles and his feet and his legs and just kind of basically at some point covers his entire legs and then almost absorbs into him and disappears. And then I stand back up.
As they were doing over there, they were talking and doing the spell over there. I also sort of move around like the southwest corner of the island, and then I saw I just say, guys, before you do anything, there's a boat over here.
All right.
A
As
boat.
Orpheus says that, Kahir, you have your ready to action. Do you want to jump over to the island?
Yes.
Okay. So you unleash your ready to action. As Orpheus is saying, "Hey guys, by the way, there's a boat over here." As Kahir just takes a leap. Kahir, I'm not going to actually roll anything because you were buffed by Traherne. In essence, you had an extra 10 feet of movement. So I'm not going to do an ability check just to flavor it a little bit here, but usually you would have to do an ability check to get over to this island safely and come back safely. As you jump over, you notice a gonna give a handout to everyone else. You can see it when you come back, or your power's back. On the handouts, you find an item, and Swim. Just so we have someone reading it out. Can you read it out for Zeph?
Yeah, so it's a picture of a necklace with some sort of greenish, bluish, some sort of gem color in it, metallic almost in color.
Yeah, it's I think it's more of a seashell, but you don't. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So it says a small necklace found on the beach of Kolor Isle. It gleams of blue and green tint in the sunlight, and the wearer can hear the sounds of the ocean when it is put close to the ear. Oceans surge. On a short rest, the party member can inspect the necklace and learn its magical properties. The player can now wear it and during the next short rest attune to it.
So essentially, you found an item, Kahir. As you inspect it, you maybe put it up to your ear to I don't know, for some reason, like it's almost instinct when you have a seashell or something to put it up to your ear to listen to see if you can hear the ocean. And you do. You actually hear it quite well on this seashell necklace. It's more of like a half an oyster, almost cut in half, but has some like metallic tint to it as you look at it. Do you want to show the party, or do you want to just throw it on?
If I recognize like the ocean and hear it as I kind of like inspect it and put it up to my ear, that flash of home and being in an unknown place is just going to kind of like wash over him, and he's just going to immediately put it on.
Okay. So you guys see Kahir jump over to this island kind of effortlessly, bend over, pick something up, and put something around his head, and then jump back over to you guys. As he jumps back over, you guys can all see it as well. He looks like he just found maybe someone's lost necklace, but there's no one else on this island.
Me find necklace. Make me feel at home. Me take care of.
Alright. So can I do a
So
check
yeah,
for the boat?
yeah. Give me a perception check. 5. I don't know. So it looks like a sailboat. You have no idea how it works. With the perception of 5, you can't even see underneath the boat to see if it's like floating on something.
What did
Now
you
it's like
perception check?
So
As-
he's
For the boat.
looking to the south west. He sees a boat.
so I call out again and say, guys, come over here. Guys.
As he says, guys, come over here. Everyone roll me a constitution saving throw.
Oh my god.
And give me a second to prepare this. Because shit's about to go down.
So I have jump on the boat.
Where's that again? This one?
Saving. This one.
Let's see. Everyone's made the save so far. DC is 10. And I'm going to roll for the other 2. Alright, so Minuet crit fails. She passes out. And Kahir, you just make it on a 10. So Minuet is asleep, basically fell asleep in your arms, Trahern. Sorry, Thorin. So you just see Minuet pass out. I'm assuming you grab her as she's
I just
falling.
grab her and like kind of gently rock her to the ground and place her down.
Okay. Give me a second. There's some dialogue here that I'm gonna give you guys. You all are frozen in place. You don't pass out. However, Minuet does pass out. You see her form just collapse over as a presence enters the island. Make sure I'm on the right layer. Before you, you see a figure appear. Before he appears, some black smoke comes up, and the air around you becomes like a cold chill as Cairo, the god of death, approaches.
Is it possible to do a save throw against the ice?
No.
Okay.
The saving throw for the ice was like 999, so there's no possible way.
Okay.
So again, everyone's body is frozen. Let's see. Lens, you have resistance to necrotic damage? Yeah, okay. Valens, you're frozen as well. Everyone is frozen. But let's get into the dialogue here. Let me queue up my stuffs here. So you guys see a figure approach. Why isn't this working? Oh, there we go. He says to you all,
Ah, new keepers of the crystal, I see. I am known as Cairo, the gatekeeper of the departed souls and the usher between worlds. I am the god of death. Let's hope you lot are better than that one was. Pathetic fool, who couldn't best a single mortal.
he points to where Gotho is resting. As he points, you're all frozen in place and unable to move. You can still hear and see, however, your bodies are unable to move, and now your lips are magically sealed, except one of you. Valus? Valens?
Yes.
You're able to speak, but your body is frozen.
What did he say? I missed what he said. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I'll read it back in a second, but he's going to continue the conversation.
Okay.
Let's have a look at you all, shall we?
He comes closer to the party. As he approaches, you all feel a cold chill in the air as the air around you becomes crisp and cool. Let me grab my select and move and make sure I'm writing the right thing. So he literally appears right behind you guys. It almost looks like he disappears and then reappears with a big puff of black smoke and vapor. As he approaches, Valens, your breathing becomes like a white vapor, like a cold winter day. He says,
Yes, not much to any of you, is there? Except you. How is it that you can resist my divine power? It seems you're not fully immune, though. You are an interesting one. Perhaps there is something within you that you do not know of yet.
he places a cold skeletal index finger on your forehead, Valens. As he touches you, roll me a d20.
Okay.
So in the chat, you can roll /1d20, or you can click on the dice roller on the left. You take 14 necrotic damage. Again, you have resistance, so that's halved. So you take 7. Are you still up?
Nope. I am downed.
Okay, so he actually does not do fatal damage. You're down to 1 HP.
Okay.
And he says to you,
Ah, yes, there it is. That dreaded resistance to my powers. But not immune. Yet you do not know why? How very interesting. Perplexing, even. Before I go, you should probably do something about that shadow door. These tears between worlds seem to diminish that 1-year timeline that dead fool mentioned there. Many of these tears have been appearing within your worlds.
he approaches the shadow door. Go ahead, you can speak.
Oh. What can we do to stop this?
He's inspecting the shadow door, and he replies,
It seems these are not gates to my realm, no, but seem to be possibly bridges between yours and other planes. I suggest you do not test the other realms, as these doors may lead to. I even dare not pass through myself. As for closing these, You should already have the knowledge. There's nothing I can tell you that will help you with this. Whether you succeed in your quest or not matters little to me now, but we shall see if you mortals can face the challenge ahead, yes? It seems we now have a common enemy in this mysterious figure, as he threatens the balance of everything. The other gods seem to all be gone, and even I do not know where they are. Seems I'm all that is left of the stupid gods you mortals so helplessly patronize. Leave now, I am bored of this. Do what you must, and I shall oversee your progress. Do not fail me.
And with that, he disappears.
We
Are you still
unfreeze.
frozen?
Cairo disappears with a puff of black smoke and icy white vapors. You're all freed from your paralysis, and you're able to freely move again. Valens looks fucked up, by the way.
So
I
All right,
Theron
boys.
Okay.
walks
Real quick.
over next to Valens and
Think Richie Valens. Richie Valens.
Theron
Valens.
walks right up to Valens and goes up next to Valens and extends his arm out to him and sees all the blood dripping down, and he casts Healing Word on top of him.
All right, roll me the healing word.
In the spell description, let me go back to core.
Valens, you get 3 HP back. So that
Okay.
should bring you back up to 4. But
Just for
he still looks
clarification.
fucked up. Yeah, go ahead.
just, so I know like cantrips, they can be used more than once, but things that I've used in battle that are not doesn't say cantrip, if they're like enhancement or
Yeah, too.
huh? Like
It'll
how
tell you in the tooltip when it will come back to you.
Yeah.
Thorin, how does this magic look, or what do you say to heal Valens?
I grab the hilt of my sword and I start mumbling Elvish prayer, and you see the entire sword, the side of it light up purple, and I with my other hand I have my hand like kind of passing out towards him, and you see this beam of light just go directly towards Valens.
All right, Valens. I think it's pretty clear now that these guys aren't going to harm you. He actually just closed up some of your wounds, kind of like Wolverine. Some of the necrotic damage that was passed through you seems to slowly subside, but you're still struggling to kind of stand up. I mean, you're fine, but yeah, you definitely felt the power of this god that appeared before you.
what's his HP at now?
4.
Because I want to do an
That's
action,
based on
but to
looking at him.
I just want to do an action, but to clarify, on my sheet I had 3 spells ish checked, and it says that I have 2 slots. Did you intend to give me 3, or was it just accident?
So you can have up to 2 spells readied, but you didn't declare which spells you wanted. So declare which spells you want by unchecking the one that you don't want.
Okay.
And you can switch those out on the rest.
Okay. All right. So I'm just gonna uncheck Thunderwave for now.
Okay.
I'm gonna use Cure Wounds as well on Valens.
Okay, so this is a touch, which means you have to be in his range. So you're gonna walk up to him and touch him. And how does this spell look as you go to also assist Valens?
Click the spell.
Let me click it and then I'll explain it.
Hmm?
Sorry, I had a lot of tabs.
I'm gonna change the music back in the meantime.
Oh wait, I need to click that from the core.
No, so you could do it. I think you have to cast the spell.
Right,
so
but where's that?
click it and
What's
cast level 1. So in your character sheet,
Yep.
under spells,
Just click the name.
click the name Cure Wounds, and then it's going to ask you what level you want to cast it. Hit level 1 and submit.
It's not popping up for me. Can you just cast it for me?
Not the red name, the white name.
The thing above it.
name.
Yeah, I'm clicking it. It's doing nothing.
All right, I'll do it for you.
Thanks.
I did it in it's under core, under like where your weapon is and everything too.
Okay.
Valens, you get 9 HP back as well.
So
Does that bring you up to full?
I just
Yeah.
hold my hands up like this as I cast this spell. And from the lower part of my legs and stuff, they kind of light up, and through the ground, like the grass or whatever it is that we're standing on that's unfamiliar, it starts kind of blowing a little bit back and forth. And you just see my hair start kind of the blonde hair just kind of like flying up in the air as well, in the wind. But there's no breeze from anywhere, so it's just around me. And then there's a big swirl of green and yellow that just kind of vortexes around my body, and then channels from my hands in an arc into Valen's.
Awesome. So yeah, I think that brings you up to max now. So
Yep, I'm
whatever
back to
damage whatever damage you sustained, you see with this second healing magic that's casted upon you, all of the necrotic damage that was done to you, even though you're resistant, has now finally left all of your body. All your wounds close up like Wolverine. You're back to full. Your armor begins to shine again, and you're looking much better than you were before.
literally seconds ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Sweet.
while they do that, I'm gonna come over to the north gate, and then I'm gonna try to do a corner check for the gate.
Okay, go for it. Orpheus, the smarter one in the group, runs over to the gate, taking the word of the god Cairo, and also the word of Gothor, and noticing that this shadow door is possibly something that's not good, and should probably try and deal with it somehow. With a 5, you don't necessarily understand or know what's going on with the shadow door. Give me a perception check as you look into it. 14. As you look into the shadow door, Orpheus, you see what I can only describe as a huge skeleton face in the shape of you wouldn't know what a dragon looks like.
No, I don't.
So in the shape of almost like an undead horse, but huge, like the skeleton of a horse.
So I look in
Peering back at
there.
you.
Yeah.
Hold on. Peering back at you, eyes red, and its mouth opens up as if it's trying to talk to you. But you don't hear anything. You also look and see that the area that is behind this big face that you're looking at is straight up dark. Like you can't see anything.
Alright, so I look in there, and then I see the dragon eye, the creature eye, and then the movement where like you look at something and then you suddenly turn around, and then I was just like, guys, we gotta go. We gotta go.
As you say, guys, the crystal that's now in your satchel begins to heat and glow extremely bright as you're close to this shadow door.
As
It
he's
gets
shutting,
hotter and
guys.
hotter, and starts. Like literally, everyone can see the light shooting out from Orpheus's satchel or wherever he has this crystal.
So while this is happening, I want to walk up to the gate. Is it possible for me to try to do a nature check or see if I can see this beast, or do I not see anything by peering into this?
Give me a perception check. Roll me 1d4. Let's see which plane of existence you see.
Click
This one, right?
That's one.
2. You see a port city.
A port city?
Port city. So you see boats, ocean, a huge sprawling town. You can make out the form of what Orpheus kind of looks like, a human. Looks like ugly elves with no pointed ears. But as soon as you notice that, the vision fades.
Okay,
You don't
but
see
I didn't
anything,
see I didn't see any dragon or type
Hell no.
creature.
You don't
Okay.
see anything like that.
Okay.
Can I do a perception check on it?
Go for it.
So I move over.
So I was like,
my perception.
I look over to Johanna and say, do you see it? Do you see
19.
it?
Roll me a d4. 4. Let me check my notes. What you see?
Like, hold on, wait a minute, I wasn't expecting that.
Let's see. You see. Huh, okay. You see a volcano. You're peering down, and as you look down, you see lava. You could feel the heat coming out. Um, it doesn't burn or anything like that, but you can actually feel how hot this place is that you're looking at. Um, as the vision kind of shifts and changes, you kind of become aware as you look up and see the moon. As you've always looked up and seen the moon while you were traveling around the Death's Desert. You know that there's a volcano in Death's Desert. You kind of discern and see where the moon is positioned and how it's where it is in the sky in comparison to where you're looking down at the volcano. You look up. You can pretty much discern that this is Death's Desert and possibly the top of the volcano.
So,
However, as you notice that, the vision also fades.
so you say my satchel glowing, right? As I
Yes,
finish
brightly,
looking.
and it's very hot.
What about mine? Doesn't
Uh,
react at all.
As you approach, you also feel the same sensation, and the crystal begins to glow.
I'm noticing everyone approaching this mysterious doorway, portal doorway. So I'm also going to be kind of co- curiosity walking towards it just to kind of inspect and see what everyone is looking at.
You'll have to step up a little bit closer to see inside. And Orpheus, roll me a perception check again. Okay, you don't see anything.
I'm going to look to the group. So what's the plan? We can't sit on this island. There's
So
obviously no other way off.
Thorin, roll me a perception check.
but did you not see
23,
the?
roll me a d4. 2. You see the same thing as Traherne. You see the port city.
Do you guys see the Do you guys see the creature with the 2 eyeballs?
No.
I
As
see
you
it
see the
move.
creature, roll me another perception check, Orpheus.
My God.
Okay, keep going.
That's 35 in a row.
I did see a creature. I saw some good fishing.
Alright, so
Saw-
okay, go
I
ahead.
saw a volcano in the Death's Desert, a place I've never personally gone, but I've
At
seen
this
from
moment,
afar.
when you say volcano, you guys see Minuet wake up, and she asks you guys what happened.
So
I look over at her. I'm like, "Oh yeah, I forgot about you."
so I but the crystal glowing really hot in my satchel, so I try to wrap it and throw it on the
As you
ground.
take it out, you feel a force pull your hand towards the shadow door with the crystal.
So I just hold that. I was like,
And as this happens, yeah, so you guys don't hear anything. As this happens, you feel the crystal almost like a magnetic force attached to the right hand side where you're standing of this portal, of this shadow door.
and then I was
And
just
you're
like,
unable to move it, but it feels like you can move it and kind of shift the shadow door with it. But it feels very strong. It feels like you possibly need a second half of the crystal to help you.
I was just like, guys, help, help.
Wait, he grabs it out, and what happens to him?
So he went to take it out to wrap it because it's getting really hot in his satchel.
Mhm.
And as he took it out, it attached itself to the portal, as if it was meant to do something with the portal. Roll me an Arcana check if you want to try and discern what's going on here.
I reach in and pull mine out as well.
Okay, right hand or left hand?
I'm gonna do the opposite of what he did.
Okay, so left hand.
Yeah.
All right. So with your left hand, you don't. If it was in your right hand, it wouldn't have done anything. But since in your left hand, same thing. It pulls you directly to It almost knocks Traherne out of the way as you get pulled over to the left side of the portal. Um, it attaches itself to the portal. I'll still allow you to roll Arcana if you want to understand what's going on with these crystals and how it's pertaining to this portal.
Me? Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll roll
you and
Arcana.
Orpheus, whoever's touching the crystal at the moment.
My Arcana is gonna be awful, but oh shit! I clicked off the thing. What did I roll?
An 8.
Okay.
Orpheus, 15. So the DC was 10. Orpheus, you understand that something's going on with these crystals. It seems like the power of these crystals is helping you to possibly close this portal. If you guys brought the crystals together in the center, you might be
So-
able to close this shadow portal that's been tearing apart, your
So
worlds, as Kothor was explaining.
yeah, so at Valence, hand did the same thing, and he got pulled through the portal, and then I figure out what that means. So I was
Pulled through. He got pulled to like the side with the crystal.
the side. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Roll me
I
an
told him I
perception
was
check, by the way.
Me?
No, Orpheus. Orpheus was the one that saw the dragon. Oh, you beat the DC finally. You see the dragon looking at you fiercely through the rift. You have a feeling
Okay.
that if you don't close this rift soon, something bad might happen.
So I was like, guys, that thing in there again. Valence, come close
As
to
you
me.
say,
Come close to
guys,
me.
the rift grows even further, and you guys get pulled across. Oh, you get pulled across.
So I was like, we gotta put the crystal together. I think fast.
I cast this. This is the RP, but I cast a spell just to have like some roots kind of wrap around their feet a little bit to try to keep them from being pulled too far.
Cool.
It seems mildly effective.
You dive into your druidic power, and even though you don't feel the plant life here alive, it does react to your magic. And actually, the vines are a lot bigger than you expected. A lot bigger, like almost like tree trunks. Come
Okay.
around both Orpheus and Valens and hold you guys in place.
But we need to move the crystal together. We need to move the crystal together, guys.
Do you say that to Traherne? Because now he's kind of rooted you guys in place.
Yeah,
I'm having to channel these roots.
I'm saying.
So
Yeah, I'm saying
are
into
you
the
allowing for some leeway to move closer and just not further apart?
Are you talking about with the roots?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I'm keeping them stable, but I'm having to actively put energy into keeping them stable.
Right. So Orpheus just said we have to bring these crystals closer together.
Okay.
But
then I can take I attempt to move the roots because they're really big. I attempt to move the roots together as a way to like shift their feet towards each other as they hold onto the crystals.
Do either of you refuse, or do you allow this to happen and try and move the crystals?
I allow it to happen. But I also call out to Kahir. I was like, "Hey, big guy, can you give us a hand?"
I kind of stare at the crystal, stare at the rift. I like move between my vision of the crystal, the rift, and over at Orpheus, and I just fucking go with it and shove my crystal towards his as hard as
I'm
I
not
can.
I'm not really expecting any reactions. I'm kind of not giving them too much choice in the matter. I'm kind of just forcing them into it.
The rift does shrink in size very quickly.
Want to do an athletics check to completely evade his thing then previously done to me?
Go for it.
Oh,
so
man.
You're trying to basically just rip your leg out from his thing because you feel like it's more of a hindrance than.
Yeah.
Is that what you're trying to do? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Do an Arcana check.
An Arcana check?
Athletics check, and Traherne, roll me Arcana for opposing.
Is it Arcana or Nature?
Arcana.
Roll me Arcana because this is a magic-based spell that
Okay.
you're kind of. I mean, it's just for flavor.
Right.
It's more for entity. You have to beat an 18.
Arcana.
Mm-hmm. Nope.
Yeah, no. Lens just easily just rips it apart. Or Valence.
And so I dive with my crystal towards his crystal.
Yeah, and as you guys bring these crystals closer together, this rift shrinks in size almost to the size of a penny as you guys are almost touching the crystals together. And just like that, it just disappears. It seems that you guys have successfully closed this shadow rift. and
Yep.
you're left with the crystals now glowing very brightly in your hands. And a voice does call out to you guys as you finally close this shadow door. This shadow door is what those skeletons came through. So closing this, you guys pretty much understand now what's going on. There's these different planes, and some bad things are there. Also, when some of you look through, there wasn't some bad things. It was actually places that you may look actually civilized. Not really understanding what's going on here, but you do know that these shadow doors are a bad thing. A voice calls out to each of you, and this will be the last scene before we end today's session. So the camera pans out on our 6 adventurers as a voice calls out to each of you. She says, "New keepers, listen closely. I do not have much time to explain. What Cairo said is true. However, we are not all gone. I again do not have much time to explain. Use the crystals to slip between worlds. Concentrate on its power to will yourselves forward, using the current of the Everflow to guide your path. The next time we speak, I shall answer any questions you may have." And the voice fades, and the party instinctively now knows the ritual cantrip called Slip Between Worlds, aka I'm nicknaming it Slip. And I'll put it in the chat what this actually does. But you guys all now know this cantrip. And I'll read it out for you guys just for anyone that's watching on stream. I won't be able to read this. So slip between worlds. It's a ritual. All party members, aka keepers, must sit still for 10 minutes, each touching a piece of the crystal. The pieces or each other. So, for example, one person can hold the crystal and another person can just touch that person. As long as everyone's somehow touching the crystal, whether directly or indirectly through each other. You must not be performing any physical actions, casting any other spells, or taking any other actions while casting this ritual, or the ritual will fail. Small conversation is allowed, however, at least one person has to stay silent. After 10 minutes, all party members will be teleported or transported to a random location in the other worlds. So, for example, if you're in Terra and you cast this cantrip, you'll flip over to Niflheim. Vice versa, if you're in Niflheim and you cast Slip, you'll flip over to Terra. This ritual can only be cast once every 2 in-game days and will replenish on the sunrise on the 3rd day. And all party members must not be incapacitated, taking any actions, or sleeping/meditating at the time of this casting. So you guys now know this ritual spell. You guys must have the crystals on you to do so. And you guys instinctively know how to cast this ritual spell. It takes 10 minutes. Before we all go, I'm going to ask a yes or no question. You guys seem to still be on this island. I know Orpheus mentioned that there's a boat down south. However, knowing this information, you're able to slip either into the world of Terra or the world of Niflheim. Do you guys want to slip, or would you like to proceed and inspect this boat down south?
I want to inspect the boat.
I want to inspect the boat.
Guys,
Go for it.
yeah, like I said, there's a boat down south, guys.
We
Go
can
for it.
slip whenever, right?
Theron
Yeah.
kind of approaches the boat and kind of tries to gauge his distance to see how easily it would be to be able to reach over to the boats.
Everyone roll me perception checks. And I'll roll one for Kahir to see if he can discern what's going on with this boat.
Where's perception? Come at me, baby.
Orpheus, Thorin, Kahir, and Valens. You guys can all work out that this boat is basically floating on thin air. You kind of also work out that if you all crowd on this boat, it's quite possible that it may just sink down. Also, looking around you, don't see anything really else out here. I'm actually going to give you guys a handout of what this island looks like now that you're kind of more calm and can really like take a look at what's around you. I'm going to give you guys a handout of what you're seeing. Did I make this a handout? I thought I did. Give me a second. In the meantime, basically with the perception checks, you guys can discern that if you guys get in this boat, it's quite possible that you'll just basically sink and fall like the skeletons.
Um, so I look at it and then I turn over to Kahi. I'm like, I don't think he gonna
By the
fit
way,
on that.
there's the handout for you guys. Maybe one person can float to another island if they tried, but it's pretty risky.
How close do we have to be to cast this new cantrip? Do we have to be all like right next to
Basically,
each
you
other?
all have to be in melee range of each other. Yeah. Everyone either has to touch the crystal or each other, as long as someone is holding the crystal or crystals. You guys can separate, but again, you all have to be in melee range. Anything else you guys would like to do?
Um,
I'm gonna delete the crystals because you guys have these on your persons now.
I'm just go ahead and jump on the boat.
Ignore this other kind of crystal thing here. You guys already have the crystal on you.
Pretty sure I'm the heaviest out of this group. I want to watch the light people get on the boat first.
Wait, is someone actually trying to go on the boat?
Yeah, can I jump on the boat?
If you're trying to get on the boat, first of all, it's pretty far off. You're gonna have to climb the branch that you see hovering above the boat. Go on top of the branch, crawl all the way over, and then drop down into the boat. The boat's about 20 feet down.
Can I try to climb the boat? I mean the tree to see if I can climb it.
Sure. Roll me either athletics or acrobatics check.
And as he starts to climb the tree, I try to control it with nature just to bend it a little bit so he can get a little bit of a footing start.
The tree does not respawn. It seems more of a dead tree.
And I fell.
You crit fail, so instead of running up the tree, like I guess you were trying to do with your acrobatics, you actually you get 1 foot on the tree, and the tree breaks, and it falls into the boat, and the boat disappears.
What?
Oh, you destroyed the boat.
I mean, you crit failed. I mean, that's what was gonna happen.
Wait! I forgot. What before that?
It was a pretty weak tree to begin with. It was a
Wait.
dead
Hold
tree.
on. I have spider climb. Can I just climb it?
Too late now. You broke it. It's gone.
It's already broken.
He's gone.
So it would be yes if it was normal terrain, but this is not normal terrain. This is trying to climb an object rather than maybe trying to scale a wall. If that makes sense.
So okay. So as I see the boat it got destroyed, I'm saying Office like look at the roof, and then he was like, well, it's happened.
I see the tree fall down and the boat go down with it. And I just kind of shake my head and I'm like, oh boy. And I start just walking towards the east just to see if there's anything that we haven't caught yet before we want to try to figure out how to get off this island.
All right, so give me a perception check for everything on the island. Everyone can.
Perception.
19.
Man, my character sheet keeps closing it. I'm not the one closing it.
It might be me if I was checking something.
15.
And I'll use Kahir's passive perception of 12. Just based on everyone's rolls, high and low, you guys all are able to pretty much work out that whatever was here, it was basically Gothor. This is Gothor's realm to protect the crystals. He basically told you that, like, this is his sacred place, this is his holy ground, this is where he kept the crystal, and there was a figure that came and basically fought him, hurt him, broke the crystal, and left. However, you did hear a female voice in your head that basically told you guys something evil is coming here, you guys might want to leave. Other than that, there's nothing of interest on this island.
Alright.
Well,
So the only thing left of interest that I can see is this little crystal in the center. So I might.
Yeah, I
I'm
was saying before,
gonna-
just ignore that. That's not a crystal. That was
oh,
just to signify
where
where
it
the
was.
crystals were at. Yeah.
So
all right. So I look over at everybody and I'm kind of looking at the group, um, and I'm just trying to get a gauge on what's everybody's strength. Like, and I'd say to the group, I was like, should we use the crystals or should we rest here before we depart?
I think
Oh,
we need
and
to get
then-
out of this realm as quickly
I
as
think we need.
possible.
Yeah.
As he said that, I remember the creature, the dragon, and then I got scared. So I was like, I think we gotta look. We gotta go, guys. And I pull out the crystal.
I'll give you a tofu. I'm gonna share it with the group, but this is what the creature looked like. Hold on. I just could have swore. Yeah, I do. I thought I did. Pretty sure I have.
And before it looks like Spyro.
He would be afraid of Spyro.
Ignore the name. You guys don't know his name, but I will. Oh no, it's not a handout. Let me check my handouts. Hold on. I didn't upload it. I'll put it in Discord after the session so you guys can see what it looked like.
Okay.
I can do it now. Hold on. I'm gonna throw it in Discord. So if you want to show it for the stream, you can. It's gonna be in the party chat.
Okay. All right, you guys keep talking while I do that.
Yeah, that thing. So I pull out
if
my
you want-
crystal.
Tofu.
Oh.
Tofu. He kind. Do you explain what this creature looks like to the group?
You said we're dark, right? I only see the eye though, right? I didn't see
Yeah,
the
I
whole
gave you a
creature.
picture in Discord if you want to take a look at it.
Yeah, I got it
Try and
on
describe
stream.
it to the group.
It's
Or
right
you
here.
can just say I described this creature to the group now that everyone has the picture of it.
Yeah, so
It's up to you how you want
that
to play it.
that creature, like they have the glowing eyes, and then it just look like a flying, because I don't know what it looked like, right? So it's just like a flying bird with like a
Huge, like
it's
the
huge.
biggest thing you've
Yeah,
ever seen.
I never seen
than your
anything that
mansion.
big before. Yeah, and then it's like then nothing in the body. It's just like bone and light coming out of the
Everyone
body.
from Niflheim can roll me a history check if you want to try and discern what this creature is. So
From you,
that's
babe.
Thorin and Traherne can roll a history check if you want to try and understand what this is. You both have heard of dragons before, whether it's been in readings or just stories of adventurers told before. You guys have never seen one in person, but you've heard of dragons. You know that they exist. Very rare to see a dragon, but if you do, there can be good dragons and bad dragons. They have personalities just like everyone else in their own language and stuff. But usually a dragon is a bad omen.
Does this bird have a tail?
Yes, a very big one.
And what about its
Hearing-
mouth?
Hearing Orpheus describe this dragon creature, I instantly just think that we, after listening to the God of Death and listening to his description of the dragon, I'm more confirmed than ever that we just need to get off of this island, like ASAP.
Yeah, and when you asked me the when Johan asked me what about his mouth, I said I think that creature started talking to me, and I just turned away. I got scared. And then again, I pull out the crystal, and then I was
For those
like,
of you that are D&D nerds, what Tofu's character saw was a Dracolich, which is more of an undead dragon. Basically just made out of
Oh.
bones.
Okay.
So I have the crystal on my
But again,
hand.
you guys in character don't
yeah.
really know what that is.
So I have the crystal on my hand, and I said, should we do what the voice say with the crystal?
There is nothing on this island, so we should leave.
We should leave.
We
Absolutely.
should.
There's no reason to stay in a potentially hostile situation. when there's
Minuet
nowhere
shakes
to
her
get
head
out.
yes. is Kahir still here?
No, he's
No.
not. But he would have shaken his. He'd be like, "Yeah, let's get out."
He says, I agree.
Yes, we go now.
Yeah.
Yes, we go now. Kahir not happy with this place anymore.
So
you
I have
guys,
the crystal. Do I say?
you guys gathering up, touching the crystals, touching each other? Let me know what you guys are doing.
I'm not touching anybody else. Weird.
You have the crystal. You can hold it.
I know.
Yeah, you know that you just have to kind of huddle with the party if you are touching your own crystal. But everyone else needs to either touch you or a piece of the crystal.
So I as everybody kind of gets together, I walk over, and Valens is kind of on the end, and
Balance, Kahir kind of bumps his shoulder next to yours and kind of just leans on you.
Okay.
Do you allow him
Yeah.
to just lean on you?
Yeah. Lean
Okay.
on me. Oh, sorry.
but I see Minuet standing beside me, and I just kind of put my foot and just push it against her leg, and that's as close as I feel like I want to get to anybody. But I am making contact.
All right. Who has the two pieces? It's Orpheus and Balance, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Doran, which person are you getting close to or touching? Or which crystal?
I'm actually reaching out towards my sister and holding on to Minuet.
Okay, that works. And Traherne, are you touching Orpheus or are you touching the crystal?
I'm touching Minuet.
Minuet
on the
doesn't
other
have a
side.
piece of the crystal.
Oh, I have to touch directly the person with the crystal. We can't be like a chain.
Yes. Yeah, it has
okay.
to be a chain in total. So
Okay.
no one's touching Orpheus at the moment, so someone has to.
All right. Well, then I realize how dumb I was, and I no longer want to touch Minuet, so I use my other foot to touch Tofu, or to touch Orpheus.
Okay. So I mean, you can touch both of them with your toes if you want. If you're for some reason
No,
scared to touch.
just a little bit on Orpheus.
And just a quick heads up, Minuet actually looks pretty hot. I think she rolled a 16 out of 20 in hot scale. So she's not a bad.
Hey, that's
person.
my sister you're talking about.
All right,
Alright,
so
so-
everyone's touching either each other or a piece of the crystal at the moment. Yes.
Yeah. So because
And everyone's going to focus for 10 minutes to sit here to draw your attention on the crystal to quote unquote slip.
so I guess only one person needs to be quiet, right? So
Yes.
I see all the party
Minuet
quiet. So
seems to be very quiet at the moment.
so the tension getting really awkward because we just know each other for like
Yeah, I mean,
over
we
an
can
hour.
say you guys have some like short conversation about like, holy crap, that guy Gothor was big, right? Oh yeah, that guy was huge. That guy on the
Yeah.
death was scary. Did you see that dragon? Like, we can fast forward 10 minutes.
I
if you
think
want, but
that will
talking
be
back and forth.
I think I will be the only one that say all of that because they're all quiet.
Okay.
So I
So,
started
yeah,
talking,
we
started
just
talking
hear
nonstop.
Orpheus just constantly talking nonstop about the dragon, the god of death, that big guy that was bleeding. Did you see that? It was sparkles. It was flying off of him. He exploded in light. That was cool. All these different things. As you guys begin to slip. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then as we sleep, I just like
So I'm gonna bring you guys in. So the party begins to slip. You guys, your vision begins to shift and fade. Everything around you seems to slow down. You get a sensation of you guys almost floating out of your bodies, where like you're projecting yourselves. You can see yourselves down on the ground, all huddled together, and then you come quickly back into your bodies. You blink for a second to clear your vision, and you guys see that you're floating in a space-like existence. kind of high above, almost as if you were really, really high above the island. You again blink to see if you can clear your vision because you're not sure where you are at the moment, and you see the two worlds. Watching the two worlds, you can see that they're very, very, very close to each other, almost colliding at this point. You're then dragged down very fast. Your vision begins to blur as you get closer and closer to the two large-shaped spheres you guys know as the two worlds. One by one, each of you begin to pass out due to the extreme magic being cast upon you with this ritual slip, and everyone falls and passes out. And that's where we'll end today's session. On the next session next week, we'll pick back up as you guys fall into another dreamlike state. Thank you all for playing. This is the ending for Chapter 1.
Sweet. Oh.
That's it for D&D this week. Good job, everybody. I'm
Nice.
actually proud of you guys.